hold on to me. Don't let me go. Cheetahs need to eat. Run antelope. Your first name is King, last name is Dumb. Cause you still believe in everyone. When the baby first breathes, when night sees sunrise, when the whale hugs the sea, when man recognizes freedom, 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 breathe in. We are from heat, the electric one. Does it shock you, see? He left us the sun. Atoms in the air, organisms in the sea. Sun and yes man are made of the same things. Freedom! 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 Freedom!
Oh, I love you, miss. And you will be grieved, I swear. But I won't be blamed. 'Cause I love you, miss. She moans when she falls, and you rarely ever see just where she goes when she's not here, standing next to me. From what I understand, it's somewhere so outlandish that she don't wanna be seen. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Oh, I love you, miss. And you will be grieved, I swear. But I won't be blamed. 'Cause I love you, miss.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Shazim 777 just subscribed. Ooh yeah, defo having
Hello.
KFC for lunch.
Oh, guys, I'm telling you, I'm gonna save it for like a dinner treat. But oh my god, guys, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Hello, Shazam, thank you so much for 6 months. Yippee! I'm sorry about the heat for you guys. Oh, mamma mia. Hello. Tis the seasoning. Guys. So the sponsor isn't for an hour. But I'm going live to get everyone in. So we're still behaving ahead of the sponsor. We're still behaving ahead of the sponsor, but it doesn't officially start for an hour. But I'm very excited. I'm very, very, very excited. Oh my god, Noah, good luck, doll. Oh, gonna miss babe. Fair. Learn to use Clark. No, I know you guys are really good. Morena. So, just so you know, Morena, you're fine. But, for it, I have to have auto mod on for level 2. No, don't say sorry. I just won't accept it. You didn't do anything wrong because I'd usually like allow that. But auto mod's on level 2. So if your comment gets held, there's no bad blood. You're fine. It's just what I need to do for the sponsor. It's not too early, right? It's not, guys. It's not. We've beefed up security. Yeah, some sponsors need you to change your auto mod settings, which I totally understand because you know what? Like the thing is, you guys are great, but we might get a weirdo that comes in and it's just not, not ideal. And Mimi's here. I am going to be obviously talking about it more when the sponsor starts, but just a heads up, get the KFC app because there's mystery deals every day the whole of July. And we'll unwrap it together. Today's deal, though, I will just give you a little heads up, is 15 chicken wings for $10. Now, they're my absolute favorite. So you better believe I'm getting some wicked wings. It is pickup only. Keep that in mind. Pickup only. One redemption a day per user. And it's only till 10 p.m. So if you were thinking of getting lunch, just keep that in mind for that deal. I'm not even meant, like, I don't even start the sponsor for another hour, but I wanted to give you a heads up because you might be getting hungry. I know. I'll be right back. I know, Striker. I love Wicked Wings. So every day there's a new mystery deal. So it's basically, it's Christmas in July, which is great because we just had Cluntmas. So every day there'll be a new special, which is really, really cool. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. No, I didn't, Virgil. No. Good day, mate. But how are you guys? Thank you for your streaks and leggies. Thank you for 20. I appreciate you. But how cute. They sent me this jumper and I also have socks on. Very, very cute. So I'm very cozy. 'Tis the seasoning. Goobs, how are you, by the way? Sorry. And we're going to play some MECCHA. Mimi. We're going to play some MECCHA. Even during the sponsor as well. I will be drawing myself as a bucket of chicken. Don't come for me. And yeah, I'm very excited. Mad, you play the KFC dating sim. Oh, true. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Leggies, I know, isn't it cute? I'm going to wear this during Christmas too, even though it's going to be so hot, but it's cold now. Dark, I love you. You guys are so sweet. You know what I can always count on with you? You guys want me to get a bag. And you are very, very lovely. And I know we're a bit, crude sometimes, but you always come through with locking in with the sponsors. You're the best. No, Ray, scream it, baby. Leggies. Look. I won't go into it. I'm a little bit worried about Mimi again. But, she's on my lap. And, yeah. We'll cuddle her a lot today. A bag, or in this case, a bucket. Yes. Yes, Abby. So I will mention that a few times today because a lot of people will be coming in at different times. But this is why it's so special to me. Because my late stepdad, this was our thing. We got when we were feeling naughty. You know what I mean? We always got KFC together. So that's like a kind of bittersweet thing today. It's really cute because he'd be so excited. So, yeah. Caitlin, yes. I'll give you the green light when we can be naughty again. I know, Kak. I know. I'm going to have it for dinner. I was going to have it for lunch, but I thought, you know what? I'll pick it up after stream. It's pickup only anyway. And I can celebrate the stream with some wicked wings. I'm very excited. Pete loved to have the family feast. And he loved the coleslaw. I did too, actually, to be honest. He loved the family feast because you got like, I don't know how many pieces of chicken. And you got like the potato and gravy and the coleslaw. So he loved a whole plate of it. It was great. No, I was telling the kids last night I was going to sneaky buy some KFC for lunch today. There you go. Perfect.
Just subscribed.
Oh my god, dog. Honestly, like, KFC is just a vibe, you know? It's a vibe. It's going to be my dinner tonight. We'll celebrate. I'll pick up some wicked wings. I love the wicked wings. But you know what's funny? I actually love the dinner rolls too. If they did a deal, which they wouldn't, because no one wants everyone wants the chicken. No one goes to KFC for the dinner rolls, but I do. I want a wicked wing and a dinner roll, and you dip it in the mash and gravy. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. I should honestly just go and buy a packet of dinner rolls. Oh. Guys, this is going to be, honestly, we're all going to be craving chicken. A dinner roll with a wee wee. Yeah, literally do it. Perfect weather for it too. I think it's raining. I think it's a bit rainy. Okay, maybe we... All right. Maybe no quotes in an hour, guys. Maybe we just keep... Maybe we don't use our quotes. I don't know what I've said. I don't trust myself. Big hello, doll. How are you? Hi, Jez. Their dinner rolls. Core. Real. Guys, the server name is Wicked, and the password is Wings. I literally am doing this out of my own free will, by the way. I think it's funny. Do not use my words against me. Ping, you're always on your best behavior. Pookie. Paige, thank you for 42. How are you? No server on North America as well? Oh, wait, maybe on OC. Oh, it's single. Oh, sorry, Wicked Wing. Yes, Wicked Wing. Freedom. Don't worry. We'll get into a good groove. Paigey, thank you so much. How are you, doll? 42 months is wild. And thank you for all the streaks, guys. Hi, Paigey. I'm very, very excited. Let me see something on Steam real quick. Let me see. Oh, yeah. I probably will end up muting alerts. Yeah. You're right. I want potato and gravy so bad. No, I've already decided what I'm doing tonight. Okay. I will talk about this more when it begins, because obviously, my sponsor doesn't even begin until 45 minutes. But today's deal. Today's deal is 15 wings for $10. Wicked Wings, that is. So Mummy's getting 15 Wicked Wings tonight. I'll be back. Jess, we are. You guys are always so good. You always, anytime I have a sponsor, which I'm very grateful for, people are always like, hey, so behaving. I'm like, thank you so much. By the way, I started cleaning the confetti yesterday. Guys, there is confetti in every crevice in my room. It's actually wild. It's ridiculous. Hi, Lori. Thank you for being here today as well, guys. You are amazing. This means a lot to me. Seriously, it does. Like, this is honestly a dream come true. And we're doing a weekly KFC stream every week in July. So it's 1st of July here. So you'll be seeing this jumper weekly, which is really exciting. I'm very grateful. Rebel! Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away.
Am I
child.
seeing things?
Rebellion just subscribed.
Darker.
Hi, Carl.
Oh my god, I saw Matt yesterday and now I'm seeing Rebel today. Oh, it's so good to see you. How are you? Oh, guys. You're touching my heart today. Thank you for 28, my love. How are you? Oh my goodness. And Paigey as well. Ah! Everyone's here. Mimi's here. So excited. I've been vibing. Hell yeah, doll. Hell yeah. Give me a very lovely and short heart. By the way, guys. Oh my god, nothing. Guys. Not the chicken again. The spots hasn't even started. You're being so cute. Stop it. That's so funny. Stop. Guys, I'm literally gonna try and blend as a bucket of chicken into every map. That's so funny. Oh my god, Rebel! Feel free to join if you like as well. Hi, thank you, doll. Oh, we have Christopher Robin. Oh. Okay, sorry. Should I get on my PC? Yes. Oh my god. With a personality and a pretty face, Mac. I'm kidding. How are you, doll? I'm very excited. It starts in 45 minutes. Hi, Matt. How are you? Sorry I vanished last night. So you boot up North America server. Wicked is the server name. Wing is the password. The sponsor's not for 45, but I wanted to get everyone in comfy first. Mayhaps. Is that... Let me think. E.T. Yes. Wait, that's right? Yeah. Cool. And we might be playing with Chris later too. Okay, cool. Beautiful. What's this? Wait, Mac, that's funny. Hi, Hamilton. How are you? Oh my god, guys. This is impressive. Kate, you should. The sponsor is not until 45 minutes, so I'll probably chill on yapping about... Like, we can still talk about KFC, obviously, but I'll spare you until it officially starts, because I'm very excited. How funny are the KFC boxes? Guys, that's really impressive. What the hell? Guys. Oh my god, Matt. Wait, riding? What are you riding for friends? Wait, isn't this funny? Look at the buckets. That's so funny. Guys, every lobby, we draw our best boxes of KFC. Yeah, sounds good, Mac. I'll be on my normal time today. I think I'll finish... I would assume by 4 p.m. our time, or like earlier if I need to for Mimi, but I'll be on later tonight if you want to hang as well. Hi, Connie. How are you, doll? Yeah, Colonel Sanders is in my living room right now. My friends asked for... Oh, Matt, nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hi, Yellow. Oh, Hamilton. But then I couldn't wear this really cool jumper they got me. Mac, let's circle back. Honestly, probably. Wait, I want to ask them if I could dress up. Oh my god. Yeah, for years as a kid, I said colonel. Until someone went, hey babe, it's Colonel. Like, I'm not even kidding. Someone had to correct me. Anyway. Oh yeah, Yellow. Oh yeah. Esri, I'm so excited, which is really cool too, because there'll be a new deal, which is cool. Thank you, Connie. A glitch in the system. Okay. Is anyone else joining, or should I start the rounds? Carla combo deal, yeah. Oh, sorry. That's the only rule it follows. True. Isn't it the hardest language in the world? Or something? The server name is Wicked. Password Wing. Oh my god, wait. My bucket of chicken is flying around. Guys. I don't know why this is so funny. Thank you for choosing not to stream during my vacation. Wait, when was your vacation? Hello? The way, that looks way too good. I know. Oh my god. Okay, Yellow. I'm so excited. I'm very excited. What is this? Okay. We have 10. Do we have more, or should we start? This will be entertaining. Perfect. Perfect. All right, let me see. What do I feel like? Make some hide and seek mansion. Oh no! Got back yesterday. Was it great? Matt, hell yeah. Okay, author. While I'm vulnerable. Okay, let's start off with double because I really want to hide as well. And we'll do paint time. We'll do 200. And we'll do search time 200 as well. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh, yum. What flavor did you get? Oh my god. Guys. Oh my god. You're artists. You're artistes. That's so funny. Apologies for me cough. Okay. What can I do? Hi, Grace. Hello. Cake batter? Oh my god. Alright, what can I do here? I'm gonna save my chicken for later. Grace! And then I think we're playing with the guys later. So I think we'll do some games with Chris and maybe Whiskey if he's around. And then obviously you all can join in. The boys! And then we have more Mecha tomorrow, but I'll try and start with something else. Listen, I know I haven't given you much variety. I will come back strong, I promise. Mecha's just been really nice for my brain while I've been stressed with Mimi. And that is honestly the truth. I've been a little bit stressy. Art cap. We should bring it back. Do I do simple like that? Because I feel like simple often wins. Who needs variety when we have cows? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's very cute. Me too. I haven't... Is Ark even downloaded on my thing? I want a thingy. I don't know how to delete a clone, guys. Have we figured that out? How to do that? Oh, that's awful. I need to just do like a deeper... Oh, that's better. Oh, X. Okay. I think it's still like newish. That's fine. I think... Abby, what? What did you do? I think if I'm playing games with Chris later, I think you'd want a fort cap as well. So, that'd be great. Clones have feelings too. That's what it says. 'Tis the seasonings. Isn't it cute? Hi, Rose. Thank you, doll. Cute, cute, cute. Don't go into the kitchen. It's so funny, guys. Catch me being chicken every single round later. But you'll see it. Oh my god. Okay, that's very sweet. Thank you. Honestly, I reckon Chris and I will do Mecha into Fort. Tash! We have 30 minutes of alerts. Thank you so much. Oh, Tash. Thank you.
Tasha4CJ has gifted 10 subs.
Everything looks normal and tasty. All right, carry on. Well, I'm getting us into the groove by not saying naughty stuff for an hour, but I'll keep alerts on. Thank you so much, Tash. I really, 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 really appreciate it. How are you? But no, I understand. I'm trying to be good girl. Trying to be a good girl. It's funny, we say that like we're not the sweetest community ever. Tash, that's so beautiful. If you were gifted a sub from Tash, please make sure you say thank you. That is very, very kind. Very professional. Okay. Yeah, we are the unhinged version of us. We are, look guys, we're the biggest sweeties. It's so funny. How I'm like, guys, I'm sponsored and you guys lock in. We don't really even say anything wild. We just have fun here. No, I know. Very excited. Okay, Lily. Yeah. Thank you so much. No, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Mimi needs this. 30 minutes. Oh, someone's flashing. Who's that? Okay, where did I hide? I actually forget. Oh, I think I remember. Thanks, Nye. It is very cool, Rose. It's very, very cool. Lily, thank you so much. Wait, it's 100 Fahrenheit? Tash, did you say that? Oh my god, sorry to those who are bloody hot, hot, hot. No, Lily, I swear. Okay, Tash, keep us updated, okay? I hope everything goes super, super well. Mia is on my lap right now. Look. I'll see how she is tonight because I managed to get her some meds in her, but she's also just really like tired, so I'm definitely going to the vet either tomorrow or the next day, or both really, because I'm a little bit worried. She's been drinking a lot of water. It's just she's struggling with food. Hi, Tammy. Oh, Axel. That's amazing. Whoa. Lily. Oh, God. That's so good. Are you kidding me? Did I miss anyone in the kitchen? Oh, I actually did. Oh my god, I missed you guys. That's weird. I honestly didn't see you there. I think we'll do labs this week because they said next time we come in, we'll probably have to do labs. So I think we're going to do that. I'll, hold. Let's do this. Okay. All stunts are off. Oh, really? Oh, okay, cool. I did, thanks, Tammy. How's your morning going? What was I? Rebel! What's your name? Is it right in front of me? Oh, Lily. Okay. Let me turn on the taunts. Taunt, taunt, taunt. Oh, yes, thank you. And we're doing ammo limit, but you do gain ammo when you get someone. But I guess we don't even need that. No. Hold. Jessica. Okay. Oh my god, Tat, am I being quiet? Here, wait. Let me see if I can turn myself up. It's so weird because there's some days I watch my clips back and I'm so loud I have to turn myself down, and then other moments where, let me see. I usually don't have it down a lot because, wait, it's 47, testing. Let's try maybe 50? Hello? Is that slightly better? I always used to make my gate much smaller. So you didn't hear anything else around, like my keyboard or anything. But I don't mind, honestly. You just might hear Mimi, which is fine. Okay. Okay. Hold. Yeah, like my clip keyboard. Wait, can you hear this? Hi, Jeffy. Oh, it's not that loud, I think. Jeffy, I know. It's good. It's good she's on my nothing like crazy though, right? Because no, Jeffy, it was so cute. They were drawing themselves as KFC buckets because the sponsor doesn't start for like 25 minutes. But I will be drawing myself as a box of Wicked Wings. Hi Waves, how are you? Pizza. Okay, let's do... What can I do in here? Oh, that would be good. Oh my god, ink! Hell yeah. Cute. Let me know if anyone gets KFC for lunch. Spons is in 25 minutes. Yes. Si. So probably a couple more rounds and then we'll start. It'll be practically the same thing. I'll just be telling you more info about it. Yes, Bloom, I would love that, please. Esri, yeah. Yeah. It's like it kind of reminds me of like a weekend or like like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like for me growing up, it was always like KFC, like for dinner, you know what I mean? Or lunch is really good too, but it was like I watched a lot of footy with dad eating KFC. So it's huge. Yeah. Thank you, Tash. Commander, what? Oh my god, Commander, you're gonna love our KFC. Love it. Wait, pizza. Sorry, auto mod is on. Auto mod is on. You got. I know, I'm really excited. So we'll be doing a weekly we're doing a weekly sponsor with them because it's Christmas in July and they're going to be having a lot of fun daily mystery deals. So super exciting. Find me Autobob, not Lakemba Car Wash. Oh, but our potato and gravy is so good and our Wicked Wings are so good. Yum. Wait, did it work? Wait, Tash, do all. Yeah, there you go. Woo! It's your lucky day. Let's do market. And we won't do ammo limit. It's always so funny watching everyone's comments caught by auto mod because half the time they're not bad. It's just really strict. But it's good. It helps me a lot. Because if we have like a stinky come in, you know. Away. Sold! I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, there's an update? Perfect. Oh, sorry, Pixel. I'll play non-modded for a little bit. Sorry, Dom. I rejoin after this. I'll do a bunch of... Wait, what mods? Do you have any mods downloaded at all? Because I feel like I've played with you in the other ones. Alright, let's go. Oh, Ink, I'm not too sure. I just drink the potato and gravy. Oh, you know what would be good? Wait. Drink. I'm kidding. I just love it. I'm joking. I did the peak map. The link to... Oh, wait. Did you play it? Or... Thank you for the Morgan! Hello!
Undeasy did just
Thank
subscribed.
you.
Geef Hyperst Viper Devil 14.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for 40. How are you? Oh, wait. 40 is wild. What the hell? Thank you so much. Hi, Brandy. Morgan, well, I'm glad you're here because you are, in fact, my goat of all time. Just so you know. My birthday twin. I still can't believe... Well, I can believe it. But when I first found that out, that was blowing my mind. It's like, that's so cool. Are you kidding me? Oh. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm picking up KFC later. We're having some dins. Oh, thank you, Henry. I didn't realize I did that. Wait, Jeffy. If you use the app, there's some pickup deals still. Yep. I'll talk about it more in 20 minutes. But oh, beautiful. I'm personally picking it up for dinner because it's going to be a sweet treat for me. And by sweet treat, I mean I will be collecting the moose as well. I'll have my wicked wings and my moose because I can't have KFC without having the moose. Sue me. Okay. Oh, Spud's cute. I can download the mods, just not while oh, beautiful. Oh, okay. So you have, what are our favorite mods? Maybe I'll show you what to get before we do it. Guys, I just love chocolate mousse. Jeffy knows. Yeah, we have a chocolate mousse. It's so good. All right, locking in. I'm honestly... It feels like it's gonna be a jump scare. I'm gonna see something funny, I know it. Officially 18 minutes, to be exact. If you need to sleep though, doll, I truly understand. Please don't let me keep you. Darla. Yeah, my name is Darla. That's so funny. I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Oh my god, this cheese looks so yummy. Darla. Hey, I'll be Darla. I don't mind. Dash. Thank you, doll. That's very sweet. I will mute my alerts when the thing starts. I won't like remove them, so you'll still be able to see stuff, but I'll so if your sub plays, just know I'll still see it and everything. Where am I? Wait, what time is it for you now, Tash? Peak Garden MC. Oh, okay, beautiful. Okay, stunning. I'll check my my list when I end this round. Where it? Someone's here. Mimi's keeping me so warm. 9:43. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. I started a bit later than usual because my sponsor was midday. I was thinking, I thought for some reason it was like 9 AM, which is so not right. I'm actually missing everything. A casino? Where's the casino? Wait, where did you guys hide? I actually can't find you. I don't know what this one is. It's just called the market. Where are you? Why can't I find you? Guys, I'm actually not even joking. I can't find anyone. Where are you? Oh, nice. Oh, I looked at you. I looked at you. Hi, Jebby. The server name and password is Wicked and Wing. Oh. Please tell me you moved and painted that and you weren't there the whole time. Because I genuinely didn't see that. Was it there at the start? I'm not farming. I swear on the little lady on my lap. I did not see that. I am so KFC pilled. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. What? Great, great. Okay. Okay, which ones are our favorite? We do like Peak. Oh, this one as well. Do you have this one, Pixel? This one's a good one. True, Tash. True. You're right. You were spot on. Mimi, can I move my leggies? Thanks, honey. I want you to stay here, though. I just had to move my legs. Oh, yes. That's a good idea. This one here, Pixel, we play that a lot. I'll just get the ones we play a lot. I'll get you locked in. Grace, hello. And then we'll do art gallery and art museum. So we'll do both of those. Maybe shopping mall as well. Oh, and Simpson family house. And maybe swimming pool. Speaking of Simpson family house, we gotta run this back. Huge. I love how much we love this one. Esri, imagine they make one. That would be the smartest thing ever if they made a custom KFC map. Because everyone's playing this game. It would be so good. If I was talented enough, I would make one. Okay. Let's do... Okay. How are you, Grace? Sorry, I was locking in. Oh my god. Okay, I want to try something different yet again. I say that every time and then I hide in the same spot, but I'm gonna try. Okay. Lock in. Oh, because you were the, this is the Simpson house. Isn't it so cool? Isn't it the best? So because you were amazing and you led the hype train, it automatically put your badge on. But if you're on PC, you can click the badge. I think it's the left of your chat box and you can pick what badge you want. Yeah, isn't it cool? I love it. Yeah, I can see it. Perfect. Yeah, I think it automatically puts the hype train conductor badge on. Yippee! Oh, Kyle. Okay. Okay, slang. Alright, that's not my best work, but it's different. It's different. Y'all wish you were me. Yeah, this is the house. It's pretty cool. It's actually a really good spot to hide with everyone. I still have a minute. Oh my god. It's nice. It's different. It's unusual. Yeah. It's nice. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I reckon someone's going to be in here. And someone's going to be a light. Oh, I can hear someone moving. Isn't the Santa hat cute? It's Mimi. Did I have a Zigga burger? I honestly might dream about KFC tonight. Kath and Kim reboot. You're Kath. Let's make it happen. Wait, I would suit Kath so much. I can dance like her. We got to contact the executives. A Toyota Camry. Ah. Guys, I cleaned up my room. Watch me do this again soon and have to do it all over. I was, I want to think of a reason to like let it off. Did someone say KFC? Guys, we have to do... Someone has to be a KFC box every map. They look so good. I don't care. I love it. Oh my god. The way I would have missed that again. Ooh, good spot. Good spot. Me. I feel like I'm gonna be jump scared with chicken all night. And it cracks me up and I love it. Like, I just don't know. Pool, Mall, Simpson. That sounds good, I think. That sounds real nice. I think that's the main ones we run. I can't think of any other one that we run constantly. And I'll do some normal, of course, as well. Girl, I know someone's here. Grace, that's why I'm here to tell you guys. That's why I'm here. To give you everything you need to know. Guarded. It's wicked. Jeffy, last night was a fever dream. Let's do it again. Ugh. We were doing, last night we were doing 1v1s. That was so funny. 1v1s at Shack. Oh my god, sweet treat, yum. Immediately after having a savory treat, I need a sweet treat and vice versa. I must have both. Guys, where are you? This is crazy. That was so funny. Oh, and then we're playing DBD, right? And I was on hook, and Mac was healing Jeffy, and Mac goes, just go for hatch. And I go, guys, I'm still alive. I'm on hook. My body's warm. And then Max started losing it because he thought I was dead. I'm like, no, I'm here. What the hell? What are we doing? Guy. Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. That was an amazing. Oh. That was an amazing spot. Are you kidding me? Hi, Bobby. Thank you so much. The sponsor starts in 3 minutes. We only got 4 minutes. Say it aloud. Oh, shoot. Oh. so sorry. Oh, are you kidding me? I looked at you. I literally went like this. Redonk. Absolutely redonk. All right, I'm going to do a quick bathroom break since we're very close. And I will see you very soon. And then we start our sponsor. Very excited. If you want to get into the lobby, guys, the server name is Wicked and the password is Wing. So get in here. Okay. Let's get cracking. Guys, they also sent me KFC socks. I have KFC socks on. Do you see, if you refresh my stream, guys, do you see something cool around my Chanel? Do you have the banner? Yippee! Ooh, 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 ooh. No, okay. I mean, really, nothing is changing drastically. We are still playing MECCHA, but I can officially say thank you to KFC for sponsoring this stream. Yippee! So before I start, just a couple of things. I said this at the start. Well, I have started, sorry. But before I get into the app stuff, I wanted to thank everyone for being here. Thank KFC, thank Twitch. But also, if you weren't here at the start of the stream and you missed my little sweet moment, this is a very, 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 very special stream for me because my late stepdad and I used to have KFC together all the time. Like, it was our treat together. It was the thing we did together. So this is really sweet, and I know he'd be so excited. So that's really cool. I'm very, very excited. So, guys, the first thing, and we've already... people are already mentioning the app, so it's a great time for me to start. Download the KFC app today because all through July, there are mystery deals every day. It's Christmas in July. And today deals... Oh my God, unwrap now! Woo! I'm unwrapping. Swipe to unwrap. Guys, I'm unwrapping! I'm so excited! You could say I'm winging it. Okay, let's swipe to unwrap, sorry. I'm gonna keep saying the same puns. Woo! Oh, your wicked humor. Yeah. Okay, so today's deal, guys, is 15 Wicked Wings for $10. It's pickup only until 10 p.m. and 1 redemption per user. So if you're hungry for lunch, guys, get the app, install it, unwrap, and get your deal. I'm so excited. I'll personally be having it for dinner. That's going to be my little treat. I'm very excited. Hi, Killer. How are you? That's going to be my treat. But if you wanted something for lunch and you want a deal, again, it's up until 10 p.m. So you can do it for dinner as well. But yay, I'm really excited. I'm super, super excited. No, Taj, we're still here. It's okay. I'm still going to be mentioning everything. You are probably going to hear me say, oh, guys, the way your chicken is getting... The way your chicken's getting better and better every round. Oh, you're so creative. 10 p.m. Sydney time. Sydney time. Make sure you get your chalky moose for a cheeky dessert. Makes me want a popcorn chicken real bad. No, but I'm really excited. You made potatoes with gravy? Oh my god. Okay, slay. And all the hashtags. Wait, chalky moose, 15 wicked wings. Oh my god. I'm so excited. No, I will. I'm gonna do it for dinner. Personally. I'm gonna do it for dinner. I'm very excited. I'm gonna go pick it up. So, reminder guys, pick up only as well. To get that sweet, sweet deal with the app. Kevy! Yeah! As you should. As you should. Where's Pixel? Oh, stop it. Stop! Wait, why is he kind of... Why is he killing it right now? Wait. Wait, Colonel. Hello. Is this all your chicken? That's ridiculous. You're getting too good at drawing the chicken. Stop it. Who are these Picassos? I know. Okay, let's do our first one. Let's do something we all have. Let's do indoor country, I think. That would be good. Yippee! Always. This would be Australia because it's KFC Australia. Good question though. Good question. Good question. I don't know if they're doing something over there, but this is for KFC Australia. Good question. Good question. Oh my god, Axel, get the app! Get the app! Sorry, I don't mean to yell at you. If you are interested, do get the app on your phone because you can unwrap a deal every day. So it's kind of like a mystery box every day. You get a different deal, which is really cool. All July long, you get a different deal every day, which is so cool. And you get to unwrap it. It's like Cluntmas every day. All right. You can join, of course. Okay. Guys, there's some chicken right here. Hold. Yeah, get the KFC app no matter where you are. But I am sponsored for KFC Australia. So the deal I'm promoting will be exclusively for Australia. Because I need some wicked wings. It's still due for me tomorrow. You bet it's KFC time. It's 1st of July here, guys. Isn't that wild? I think Jeffy and I are going to get some KFC tonight. Get wicked with it, doll. Okay, I'm going to get some chicken. I'm going to make my... No, Pride Month's every month. No. Every month. I need a better brown. Guys, I am your sign. No, every month. Do it, Esri. Do it. I'm picking it up after stream. I was gonna do it for lunch, and then I thought, you know what? It'll be like a little. This is so bad. Oh no. It'll be a little treat for me. When I can really get in there. Is the banner cute? I could have a look. Look, I'm gonna work on my KFC. Let me cook. I'm talking too much. Oh, it's so cute. Aww. Guys, we're so cute. Look at us. Adorable. Thank you, Henry. Mum will love that. Guys, don't find me. What do you... Okay. Right, right. Okay. So we all saw the chicken. I get it. Okay. Okay. Right. Good. Good, guys. Good. Good. I will. I'm seeing Mum Friday. But she was excited about this as well because, like, she knows the meaning behind KFC as well, obviously. So as much as KFC is just an awesome, delicious place to get chicken, yes, it actually holds a lot of sentiment to my family. So she was very excited. She was very, very excited. And I love this jumper now. This is so cute. But I'm seeing her. I'll send my love. Imagine me wearing this out. I'm like, Mum, check this out. You like it? Okay, someone's here. Someone is here. Yes. I honestly can't get over all those buckets. Oh, milk. I know. I'm actually so excited to have Wicked Wings tonight. I'm so like, I want it now, but I also want to get really into it. Hi, Ab. So we have auto mod on for the sponsor, but I read it. Hello, doll. How are you? Hello. That's so funny. I know. I know. Just in case we have any stinkies trying to come in. Thank you, doll. Nice. Thank you. How are you? Thank you. Guys, also, thank you for being here for the sponsored stream. Thank you to KFC for sponsoring me as well. I really, really appreciate you so much. And Twitch and the whole crew. This actually means so much to me. And a reminder, guys, to download the KFC app to access the daily deals. See what deal it is, even though we know what the deal is. But unwrap it on your phone. Do it. Unwrap the present. And then tomorrow it will be a new deal. And the day after that, and the day after that. And all of July. Yippee! Emily, hello, doll. Oh my god, Rose. Wait, World Cup and Wicked Wings? Perfect. Thanks, doll. How are you? How are you going? Okay, 3. Someone is blended in really well. I can feel it. Oh no! Suddenly I'm craving KFC! Oh no! Listen, I always crave KFC, but especially on a rainy day for me. Eating a cheeky late dinner after... Oh no, I'm sorry about your day. I hope tomorrow's a better day. Look at all those chickens. I'm missing someone. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh? Oh, okay. It wasn't letting me get you. I was like, what? Invincible? Oh, I'm so excited. I didn't realize how many chickens are on this map until now. I always go for the cows. Okay, I cannot find. Emily! All of July. It's a Christmas in July. And on the app, you get to unwrap a new deal every day, which is really, really cool. So I'm actually going to be seeing you guys with KFC weekly. Because there's too many deals not to talk about it. So I'm very, very grateful. And I'll keep saying it. Thank you so much for the sponsor. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, KFC. Seriously. Had to leave a rejoin. Hey, doll. How are you? Oh, no. Caroline. Hate to break it to you. This was so funny. Where is everyone? Who did I miss? Oh, the wall. Simply do not have another choice here. Let me look in disc. Oh, that's so cute. Aww. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. Look at KFC and I being friends. That's adorable. I love that. A Carla meal. Oh, yeah. Guys, this is what a Carla meal would be. No one asked, but I want to say this. A Carla meal would be 3 to 5. Actually, no. 4 Wicked Wings. 2 dinner rolls. A small coleslaw. A small potato and gravy. A chocolate mousse. And 1 piece of original recipe. That's the Carla meal. That's my order. It's so good. It's the best. I asked. Thank you. Hi, Victoria. How are you, doll? I'm very grateful. I know. Aussies are very, very... Oh, drink. Ooh. I guess a Pepsi. Yum. Best chips. Megan. Yep. I know all my Aussies are in here getting so excited about our Wicked Wings. And then other people around the world are like, what? I want that. I'm like, I know. Move. I don't know what I would get, actually. Drink is honestly whatever... Because solo is nice too. I don't focus on the drink. I focus on the wings. A Wicked Wing is a smaller piece of fried chicken and it's a little bit spicy, but not too spicy. It's wicked. It's so good. It's so good. Let's do this. Thank you for the sub. Take a bite of this.
Floral_Fox just subscribed.
Thank you.
Also, doll, take a bite of this.
Oh, I gotta mute my alert. Sorry. I will. I'll have all the bites. Thank you so much. How are you, doll? Hello. Hello, hello. Aloha. Chicken wings. All right, next round. Thank you, Ab. I'm very, very grateful. I'm very, very grateful. If anyone new has just joined, hello. We are sponsored by KFC today. Thank you so much again. Download the KFC app on your phone to unwrap today's deal. There are daily deals, so you can open the app every day to unwrap a new special, new deal. You redeem it in store, so it's pickup only. 10 p.m. Is the latest, so you have till 10 p.m. to redeem it, and it's 1 redeem per user. So if you're going with someone, get them to get the app too, and present it. Pick it up. Eat it. Enjoy it. Today's deal is 15 wings for $10. Wicked Wings. So I will be picking that up tonight. I'm so excited. I'll take a photo for Discord as well for anyone who hasn't tried a Wicked Wing. Nothing beats crispy, juicy drumstick next to coleslaw. Coleslaw is actually my favorite. I always order coleslaw, and some people are like, no, potato and gravy, and I say both. What do you mean? You have to have both. You need it. What are you talking about? Okay, let's do... Okay, I'm gonna keep the meme going. Wait, I'm gonna keep the meme going. And I'm going to do this. ¿Por qué no las dos? I actually did it, but I did see the horses in the other one and went, no. Guys, that's an actual sign. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I need a darker one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, guys. Oh. Stunning. Yeah, that's where the sign is. Yeah. It's actually so funny loading into every map because we're all doing the same thing because it's cute. And I'm actually, it's like a jump scare every time. Like, okay, where is, it's like finding the bucket of chicken. It's finding the 15 wicked wings. Every time. The signs? Where? Did I miss a sign? Oh, stop it. Stop. Stop! I didn't even notice that! Okay. Alright. I swear to you, I never noticed these signs. Are you kidding me? Is it right in front of me? Oh, I'm scared. Where is everybody? Chris Yum! Let me know if anyone, any of my Aussies get the 15 wicked wings, if they pick it up. Send me pickies in the Discord. Enjoy it. Enjoy it for me, because I'm picking it up after stream. I know, Striker. You know I'm a special gal. Oh, that's amazing. Oh. Is that a new sign? You're one of a kind. I honestly just didn't expect to see that. That is wild. Okay, I know someone's right here, and the fact that I can't find them is wicked. But seriously, where are you? Guys, are you right in front of me? Why can't I find? Oh, nice. Okay, I honestly don't... Oh. Oh, I found the... Guys, who put the chicken under the truck? That's for the table. Guys, I wanted to eat that. What the hell? I miss it, guys. This is actually wild because how am I... Where are you? Okay, I'm climbing up the wall. Is it right? Chris. Oh, it's funny. Mimi, are you okay? I can hear you. Okay, guys, are you... Where are you? And I'm so sorry. She's going... I say she's going okay to be positive. But she still hasn't eaten. She's drinking a lot of water though, which is interesting. I've given her some meds today, including one to hopefully help her eat. But definitely going... Oh, nice. Definitely going to the vet ASAP because she's not grooming herself as well. So, yeah. Oh, wow. Right in front of my salad. Right in... I looked at you! Leggies! Are you kidding me? I looked at you and went, nope, everything's fine. Right in front of our 15 Wicked Wings for $10 using the KFC app. No, but seriously. Oh, shoot. Right in front of my Wicked Wings. The accent I do with it. The extremely Aussie accent. Because believe it or not, my accent's actually very soft for Aussies. Like, the accent can get thicker. And this is not really that thick, you know? You know what is thick? The box of 15 Wicked Wings you can get right now if you download the KFC app, unwrap your deal, walk on over to KFC, pick it up, and eat it. But seriously, while I start the next game, I know a few of you have popped in. Jorbies, hello! Well, no, not a stupid question, Hamilton. I grew up with mum more so than my dad. And he has a very thick accent and mum's very soft. You've heard her. She's like, hello, darling, how are you? So I think, and she's Kiwi too. So she's half Kiwi, half Aussie. So I think that's why I have a softer accent. She has more of an Aussie accent now. I think that's why I do. If I grew up with my bio dad more, I think I would sound very different. Yes. Oh, wow. Art. I love that accent, though. Anyway, just quickly, before I keep talking about my mum, because I love her. If you've just come in, I saw a few people arrive. Welcome to today's stream. I'm very grateful to be sponsored by KFC today, so thank you to KFC and Twitch for sponsoring my channel and my stream. I really appreciate it. KFC is doing like a Christmas in July promotion. Every day you can unwrap a new deal using the KFC app. So download the app to see the deals. You can only pick up and it lasts until 10 p.m. and it's one person per redemption. So one user per redemption. So if you wanted to redeem it with a few friends, all of you get the app, all of you unwrap, and yeah, use it in store. So thank you so much again. I'm really excited. I know, guys, I cannot stress enough how excited I am to have my KFC tonight. I'm going to be picking it up after stream. I'm very, very, very excited. Bean. So any of my Aussies, please let me know if you get some Wicked Wings. I have a few people that work in the city and they have a KFC near them. So I told them to get the app as well. So I think we're all going to have Wicked Wings today, which is, by the way, today's deal. So when you open the app, I'll show you. You unwrap and you get the deal. And today's deal is 15 Wicked Wings for $10. I'm very, very excited. I'm very, very excited. So you can check daily and see what mystery reward you have. I'm very excited. It is Wednesday. KFC. And they sent me this. They sent me this and some cute socks as well. I'm very, I actually will be wearing this to every family event to make them jealous. I'm very excited. So. Yes, Grace. Let me know. Let me know, please. Let's do art museum because I know this is going to be funny. Christmas in December outfit planned. I know. You got the Kath and Kim kind of Aussie, the Steve Owen Aussie, which are the more or less common. That then you have Carla's, which isn't. Yeah. So I can definitely sound like Steve Owen when I'm passionate. I can definitely sound like Kath and Kim when I'm in a mood. And then this is default Carla. But I did grow up with Steve Owen and Kath and Kim, so that's why I can do the Kath and Kim accent really well. Yeah. Yay. I know. I'm very, very grateful. I'm very, very grateful. Oh. Wait, true. I guess Margot is, now that I think about it. Yeah. Oh. Guys, wait. A KFC candle would go amazing. Okay, you already know what I'm doing. And by the way, I don't need to do this. This is just me wanting to be whimsical. I can't help myself. I find it so funny and cute. Crocodile Hunter VHS tapes. Oh my god. Oh wait. Maybe she's having a piece of chicken. Do you reckon she's having some chicken? Wait, let me cook. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna use this color. Literally, guys, KFC didn't ask for this. This is pure me craving Wicked Wings. And I like being artistic. It's fun. Oh, sorry, guys. My bad. Thank you, guys. Yeah, good point. Good point. Okay, let's do... Is there a nice color here? I might make it a wicked wing since today's deal is said wing that is wicked. Oh, that looks like a really nice wicked wing. Wait. Let me, okay, I need it to be darker. Can I do that? I'm trying to make the, okay, now I need to make her hand. She's eating it. Honestly, Hamilton, I know. Can I get her to hold it without it? Can I? Okay, I'm gonna do this. Oh my god, I actually love it. Guys, let her enjoy the Christmas in July deals. Everyone needs to eat. She downloaded the app. That is so... Okay. Yes, good. Did someone put a chicken wing in this person's hand? Okay, can I just say, I actually really like this. I act like this is my favorite thing I've ever done. The hand is good. She's eaten. She ate 15. Wicked wing. All right, someone's done something creative. I can feel it. But where? I know, Hamilton, so cute. Literally, this was not... I wasn't asked to do this, but I can't help but to have fun with you guys, and I think it's really sweet. Because this is just who we are, you know? We really commit to it. Oh, nice. That's really nice. I feel like I'm missing something obvious. I need a whistle. Give me a whistle. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They must have downloaded the KFC app. What a statue. That's so funny. I missed it. My go-to, Brit, hold on, ready? At least 3 Wicked Wings. Potato and gravy, coleslaw, some dinner rolls, and 1 piece of original chicken. However, today's daily deal is 15 Wicked Wings for $10, so I will be enjoying that. But I always have to have a Wicked Wing. Like, if it's not even a day with a deal, I'm not even joking, I always have to have a Wicked Wing in my order. It's my go-to. I love it. If there's KFC in here, I'm going to absolutely lose it. Alright, good. I thought I dropped my Wicked Wing in here. Gamer, I can walk there, but it is a bit of a long walk. So I'd probably get driven for dinner. Like, I would usually just go pick it up, but because I had certain things to do with Mia this morning, it's easier to save it for dinner. That way I can get it nice and fresh. Ooh, nice. Yeah, of course. I know a lot of people in the city that literally work a mere minute from one, which is so cool. So it'd be perfect for lunch. Okay, if I've missed a KFC one, I'm going to laugh. Because I don't see anything else. And I know I'm probably wrong. But... no, I cannot find it. Can I get a whistle? Oh, nice. No, I know. Alex, right? I know. I know. That's why it's an absolute honor to talk about it. Like, that's amazing. Like, even if you can't finish 15 by yourself, you could literally share that with a pal at work. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't finish it, you give someone a couple wings. Although, they are so good that you probably don't want to share. They're very easy to eat. Yes, you better believe I'm doing that. You better believe. Yeah, leftovers, so good. It's really good, though, because the deals are 1 redemption per user daily. So once you have that deal, cool, awesome, yummy, yummy. Check the deal tomorrow. Or, you know, whatever. There's different deals every day. So it's a Christmas in July thing where you unwrap a new deal, which is really cool, a daily deal. So even if, say, hypothetically, you don't want a delicious, beautiful box of Wicked Wings, you check tomorrow and see what the other deal is. So very exciting. Honestly, really good value for money. Really good value for money. Yeah. So it is like Clumpmas. It's Christmas in July. You're unwrapping it. Hence my little beautiful sweater. A raven? Brit, huh? A raven? That's so raven. I'm sorry to hear that. What the hell? Let's do swimming pool. Is that too much time to search? I feel like it's good, kind of. Unless someone finds everyone, that'll end shortly. Well, shorter, sorry. I did! Rebel's so funny. How did you guys feel about my lady having the wicked wing? I actually want to screenshot that. That's my favorite thing I've ever drawn, I think. Because if you squint, it looks legit. Her hand? I loved it. Guys, thank you so much for being here. It really means the world seeing you show up for this. Yeah, it means a lot. And thank you so much to KFC for sponsoring this stream as well. I cannot stress enough how much this stream means to me. I'm very, very excited. And if you haven't already, or you've just joined the sponsored stream, make sure you download the KFC app to get your daily deals. New deal every day. Pickup only till 10 p.m. and one redeem per user daily as well. I know I've been playing a little bit too much MECCA, I will admit I've been MECCA pilled. However, it's kind of been fun, especially with what I've been going through with my kitty. I really don't have a lot of spoons when I go live, and that's just the truth. I've been very stressy. So it's honestly nice just to boot up a stream, play MECCA with the community. Everyone can join in, and I can just switch off my brain for a little bit. So yeah. Also, I tried to change my lights as red as I could get them. I tried. That's as red as I could get it. True, Jebby. I feel like sometimes it's good just to ride the wave of a new game. Like, we all love it at the moment. There will come a day when we go, remember MECCA, you know, but why not? Why not? And we're playing together, so it's super cool. We're going to be playing with Chris a bit later, and then tomorrow we do have a PAL MECCA lobby. So more MECCA. And I'm having my Friday off, which for some of you, that's US Thursday. I might pop on later, but I think it's just going to be a big Mimi day and a big catch-up day for me. I got to see Mum. So... yeah, I thought it would be easier for me to do that this week since we did a long stream at the start of the week. But yeah, so I'm going to take a day because I'm really behind on everything and I need to see Mum and go to the vet and do some running around. So yeah, but we're going out with a bang with this incredible sponsor today. Again, I know I keep saying it, but I'm so grateful. Like, this actually warms my heart. I'm very, very grateful. And then we have a fun little PAL lobby tomorrow. Mimi's under the table at the moment on her little bed. Well, we're not tired of MECCA yet, so keep enjoying. It's actually really good that the mods, like the maps and everything, and the fact that they're randomizing the maps, so it's kind of fresh. And I can't find you guys still. Because I've downloaded it. Okay, it should install soon. If you open your Steam, does it have like the download thing at the bottom? Hi, Benzie! It is! It is the bears. I've honestly grown up with KFC. I just remembered I have the cutest photo. Oh my god. It's actually like a full circle photo. There's a photo of me when I was young having KFC and I don't even have my front tooth. Oh, if I can find it, it's actually the cutest photo ever. Oh, I remember that now. Anytime I see it, I'm like, this looks like an ad. I'll see if I can find it. I don't know if I can, but why not? Oh, wow. I just had like a premonition. Let's see. It's so cute. I'm having a look because it would be so cute to show you. If I can't, that's okay. But anytime I see that that photo, I'm like, oh my god, that's so wholesome. I know, my KFC. Even if I can't find it today, I'll show you another time, guys. It is so cute. You can start? Okay. For start. Oh my god, I can't believe I remembered that. It's the cutest photo ever. I know I'm calling myself cute, but I swear to you, Mum popped off with this photo. I'm having my popcorn chicken. Hi, Kak. I think you've already heard me, but I will say it again. If you haven't already, guys, download the KFC app to access your daily deals. You can unwrap a new deal every day for Christmas and July. All of July. Very, very exciting. The deals are pickup only, though. Only until 10 p.m. And 1 redeem per user daily as well. That's so funny, mother. Imagine if you didn't know this was sponsored and I'm... But to be fair, when I get into something, this is normal. This is not out of character for me. I will go on and on. Yippee! Caitlin, amazing. Let me know if you end up... Take some pickies, guys, if you end up getting some KFC. 15 Wicked Wings for $10 redos is the daily deal today, guys. Oh, wait. I've never noticed this TV before. Isn't it so cute? It says, "'Tis the seasoning." Jules. Well, not that time. Stunning. Okay, I'm cooking. I'm cooking. How much time do I have to cook? I need to get... Hold. Sammy! My love! Hello! Thank you for the raid. That's so kind. Sammy! Hello! How is Mecca? We love KFC! Guys, 'tis the seasonings! Thank you, doll. How was your stream? We're gonna be playing with Chris and maybe Whiskey. In like 20 minutes. 30 minutes if you wanted to play off-stream games. But like, please, Genshin, yeah, do whatever you need to do. By the way, does this ring a bell, Sammy? I was going to text you this. I saw this online and I thought of you. I need to... Does this look like anyone to you? Let me know. Kenzie! I got put on Love Island TikTok, Sammy, and I was like, God, these are so good. That's so funny. How was Community Mecca? Isn't it so fun? Everyone's been really funny and been drawing KFC buckets in game. The memes, oh, yeah. Oh my God. Guys, who did that? That's so good. That is the best thing I've ever seen. Who is that? Jebby! That's so good. Oh my god. That's amazing. But thank you, Sammy, and welcome in, Samily. You're more than welcome to join as well. We are sponsored by KFC today, as you can tell with the branding and everything. So thank you again, KFC, for sponsoring me. It means the absolute world. Very, very excited. Everyone's been so fun and drawing so much chicken. It's been so cute. Okay, Okay, where are you? I can hear it. Oh my god. Lily, I nearly didn't see you. Ooh, nice. The double take. Oh, but I know, so funny. This game does that to you though. You feel like you've looked at something and then you see it for what it really is. Oh. Very nice. Oh, nice. I actually didn't think anyone would be there. Okay, over here, I think. Oh. Hi, Charlie. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Where's the other one? Oh, up there. Oh, clever. Nice. Hi, Joe. Hi, Charlie. How's your wheel going? Tell me everything. Okay. Oh, peak. All good, Axel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you, everyone, as well. Thank you, Sammy, for the raid. Thank you to my community for supporting this. And, of course, a big thank you to KFC for sponsoring me today and this month. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. And a reminder, guys, if you've just come in, download the KFC app. It's very, very cool. You unwrap daily deals, which is really cool. So it's like a present every day. And today's deal is 15 Wicked Wings for $10. I will be picking that up for dinner. Wicked Wings is literally my favorite thing at KFC, so I'm very excited. So every day you can check the app, unwrap, and see what you get, which is really, really cool. It is pickup only, so keep that in mind. You have 10 p.m. till 10 p.m. every day to redeem, and it's one user redeem a day. So you can only redeem it one day per user. I know, Nug, I'm so happy. What a wicked deal. I'm very, very, very excited. So yeah. And it's actually, what I love about it as well, we were talking about this before, and we didn't even, someone else brought this up, is I love the value for money you get. 15 wings for $10 is amazing. So very, very excited. Yes, gamer. It's just the right amount of spice too. Like, it's not, everyone can enjoy it. My stepdad didn't take spice well and loved a wicked wing as well. So yeah, it's just so good. Oh my god, so excited. I will be having that for dinner. Let's do peak. Let's do infection. Yippee! Yes, but if you end up downloading the app and getting the deal, please let me know in Discord. I'd love to see your pics. I'm so excited. Oh my god, Matt! It needs to go universal. No, Charlie, genuinely, especially in this economy, genuinely, Really good value for money. Hot honey. Oh my god, yum. Yeah, it's perfect. It gives it a really nice flavor. I like original as well. Don't get me wrong, but it's so crunchy and juicy and it's just perfect. A download counter. Oh, that is how many people are in the server. And they sent me this beautiful jumper too. 'Tis the seasonings. So cute. Okay. Let's hide. Let's ride. Alright, where can I go here? Ooh. Oh my god, Panda. Yes. Yes, yes, I do. Download the KFC app. Unwrap the deal for today, which is 15 Wicked Wings for $10. Redeem it in store. Go pick it up and enjoy. Yes. Charlie, yum. Where was the grand spot? Oh, wait, guys. Wait. Can I go in here? Oh my god, Panda. So you know. So you have the app. So it's going to be a box of chicken wings that's fallen over. I will still be eating them. So this can be the opening of the bucket. I know the temptation. Yep. Literally, guys. And again, I don't mean this is meant to be more sweet than bittersweet. But literally on the 1 year anniversary of my stepdad's passing, which was in May, I literally ordered KFC because it was such a big part of like our family. Like it was our go-to thing to have together while watching the footy. So on his anniversary, I literally ordered KFC and it was the best. It was very nice. I think I might do that every year and for his birthday too. So that's why I know I'm a broken record, but genuinely this actually means so much to me. So yeah. Yeah. But it's a happy memory, you know? So thank you for supporting it, guys. Seriously. Yeah, I love it. Okay. That's so funny. Perfect. Perfect. Stunning. Honestly, it could be popcorn chicken. It could be Wicked Wings. It could be original. Oh. Oh, dark. That's beautiful. It's actually really cute when you have all these memories surrounding something. Like, I think it's very cute that I have this memory attached to KFC, for example. And I'm not just saying this. Like, that's why it's like, I'm saying this in a genuine way. Like, that's why when I saw the opportunity for this, I was like, oh my god, because he'd be so excited. He would be so excited. You know? He would go pick up the deal and watch me. Like, he would put my stream up and go pick up the deal and take a photo of it. Like, he would be so excited. Oh my god, I will, Jaw. Hell yeah. He would. Like, that was just who he was, you know? I don't mind being found. At all. Gamer, I don't think so, but I've always wanted to play it. Two barbecue tickets. That's so funny. 2 barbecue tickets, please. Wait, why do I love my box of chicken so much? I still love the wing one I did. I had an idea of another game I can play for the next time we do a little segment. I was gonna full on roleplay and play fast food sim. And just pretend to make Zinger burgers. Wait, who's searching? Oh, Pixel. You got this. Look at all those Barbatoo chickens. Jeffy! Oh my god, Jeffy's got the chicken! Oh, I can smell it. I can't wait to have it for dinner. Holy crap. Yum! Oh, I can smell it. I'm so jealous. Hi Nick, how are you, doll? Once again, guys, as the sponsorship is nearing the end for this week, genuinely wanted to say a huge thank you to KFC for sponsoring myself and our channel today. So much fun, so exciting, a great deal as well. It's a pleasure to promote it. So if you're just joining, it is Christmas in July at KFC. So there are daily deals on the app, so make sure you download the KFC app, unwrap the deals every day. It's pickup only until 10 p.m. and 1 redeem per user daily. So let me know if you go. Thank you so much for sponsoring. I really appreciate it. And get those 15 Wicked Wings for $10 because that's what I'm doing. That's my dinner. I'm picking that up tonight. I'm so excited. Wait, Pixel, come to the basketballs on the floor on the other end and you'll see a bag and I'm a box of chicken wings. Memers is here. Oh, hi, Mimis. Oh. Hi, honey. You want to sit right there? Okay, you can sit there. Sure. Whatever you want. You want to come back on my lap? On my lap. Oh, Pixel, nice. We need more time. Oh, nice. Oh, what? Oh. You're on top of there? Oh, good spot. Oh my god. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Oh my god. Hi, honey. You want to sit there? You can sit there. Oh. Yeah. Mimis. I know. People always think I'm farting when they hear me. I know. I know. Little baby. Oh. Oh, baby. Honey, wanna go on my lap? Do you reckon I should like give her a sponge bath? Because she's not grooming herself. Do you reckon I could give her like a little wash? She's 14. She's 14. Little sick girl. Let me just see as well. Oh, maybe like a white moment. Yeah. I know. Oh, there's pet wipes? Oh, amazing. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, I wouldn't put her in water, but I'd wipe something. Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay, I might put her in the shower with me later, and I'll get some wipes. Yeah, a little damp washcloth. Thank you so much, guys. We are still going to be playing this game. I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom and see if I can get some toast. But that was our first out of 4 sponsored segment with KFC. That was so fun. Thank you so much for committing to being so cute. That wasn't really a plan. I just thought it was cute to be chicken in the maps. That was so adorable. So yeah, thank you for being so cute with it. Thank you for showing up for it. It means the absolute world to me. Oh wait, that sounded weird, Dark. No, they're 2 separate things, I swear. But no, thank you guys. That's so beautiful. I know the sponsor is over, but thank you again to KFC and Twitch for working with me, because that is honestly what a treat. What a treat. All right, I'm gonna quickly go and sort myself out. Mimi can oop, there we go. Oh, join if you'd like, guys. I'm still gonna be playing, so you're more than welcome to play still if you want. I'm just gonna quickly put a slice of toast in. Mimi, you want to come with me? Now don't look at my KFC socks on the way out. I look too good in them. Henry, go get food. Go get food. Sounds good. All right. BRB. Guys, I look too good. I know, like, I can't help it. All right, stunning. Dark. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm gonna keep that like that for a little bit. But me reading that's so funny. Okay, be right back. Mm. No, Max, don't be sorry. Hmm. Hmm. I needed that. All right, let's go. Sorry. You can be a little bit naughty. I'll just give it a little bit more time. But you can be a little bit naughty. Because I have auto mod still on. It was so fun. It was the best. Sorry. Guys, all that talk about Wicked Wings made me so hungry. It was so hard. Rebel, was nice seeing you, doll. Great seeing you. Sorry, I know I'm destroying this. I was so hungry. App, imagine we just keep saying that for like an hour. A quarantine zone, if you will. A checkpoint, if you will. A toll booth, if you like. We just keep saying it. Okay. Okay. Yippee! Let me message Chris. Cool. Just call when ready. Me, girly. Okay, is anyone joining? Put my alerts back on. Okay, let's do it. Jebby is still locked in. I'm joining spiritually. Yes, I think Chris and I might play some Fortnite at some point too. Tammy, I just saved 30 cents. How did we get here? Thank you. Thank you, Tammy. That's so cute. I haven't even booted up Fortnite. Do I need to, should I install it? Because I think Chris would want to play some Fortnite as well. Let me check, Let me check if there's no update. Because you might be like, yep. Oh my god. So many sprites. Okay, it's updating. Hell yeah. Thank you, Tammy. Jeffy has KFC too. Alright, let's do... Well, let's do this one again. Except I'm gonna do double. I know I keep doing this, but I love it. Oh. It was making me so hungry talking about the Wicked Wings. The kitty's hungies. We will be ordering KFC for dinner. See? We're gonna go pick it up. Someone's gonna get a sponge bath today as well. Yeah. I know. It's gonna be great. Are you gonna eat something for me today? It's actually interesting because this little girly is such, like, she's a cat, obviously, that grooms, but she grooms herself non-stop. So the fact that she hasn't, it's interesting seeing how their coat changes. The coat's different. I've never seen it before. So I might have to give her a little bath. Do you want to move over here, honey? I can't see the chat. I'll move the chat. How about that? Yes. Yes, Tammy. Yes. Please. Yeah, maybe the ulcers are hurting. I did give her medication. I'm hoping they do some tests for her. I might see if I can go tomorrow night. Although I don't know if the fee's higher for a nighttime. But I'm gonna see if they have anything available for nighttime so Reese and I can take her. Mimi, I can't see the chat, my love. You're sniffing them though. She's giving you good sniffs, guys. You enjoying the sniff? I'll move chat so I can see what they're saying. Just any foods. There was a while, Caitlin, there where she would have everything. Like no wet food but biscuits. But now I did hear her licking something this morning, but I think it was only water. Do I smell like popcorn and a blunt or what's up? Tell me. Yeah, any foods at the moment. It was just Bickies, but now it's everything. But she's fine with water. I know, thank you. I want to get the stuff for her appetite. The steroid shot worked for a week and then it stopped working. Thank you though, guys. It's very sweet. Not my finest work. But you still might miss it. Oh my god, gamer. It happens to the best of us, though. What's that again, app? Cooking with this camouflage. I could have done better. Hi, Mimi. You never sit up here. Oh, yes. So that's usually her go-to. But she's not even eating that. Which is, like, she would run to it. She loves that cat tube. Yeah. Is someone a fish? Like Sammy's fish? Cat soups. Ooh. Wait. I wonder where I could find a cat soup. That would be amazing. Yeah, she's drinking water, which is interesting. And I hope I can take that as a good sign that she's drinking water. Is Chris? Chris just said, "You ready, fuckface?" Bro. What the hell?
What's up, man? What's up?
You ready, fuckface?
Bro, I was cracking up saying that because I've never called you that before.
You've never called me a fuckface ever.
Cows KFC.
Really good, man. Download the KFC app, guys. Daily deals.
Guys, download it today. Did it catch you off guard and make you laugh or what?
No, it did. I really loved it because I saw like you had messaged me, so I clicked it thinking you'd be like, ready, and then I want to screenshot that. You ready? Fuck.
You, please, yeah.
Wait, I want to screenshot that.
Let me
so funny.
set up here.
Okay. Guys, look at this.
Dude, don't show them. Okay.
Perfect.
Shan's showing me pics of baby Moo real quick.
Cute.
Chat
Wait,
wanted
how
to
small
see.
was baby Moo? Let me look up cat
That's
soup.
that's Moo as a kitten. Look at her, dude. Oh my god.
Can you send it in here? Oh, it is cat
Yeah,
soup.
sure.
Oh. Oh,
Oh,
chicken
puppy.
soup. Oh, nice.
That's what. Look at that's her as a baby,
Oh.
and that's Shan as a baby.
Oh.
2010. Holy crap.
Oh, my babies. Oh, cutie.
And then here's Moo after getting hit by a car. Look at her little
Oh.
face and look at her little arm.
Oh. Hello, Granny. Hello, girl. How are you, my love?
Wait,
I
Granny's
found-
here?
Yeah, I found some soup for Mia because she's not eating solids, but she's drinking water.
Oh my god. Oh. Wait, cat soup. Look at this one of Moo as well. Oh my god. She's eating like shreds, like the real shreds or whatever.
She's just having water, but people suggested I do a cat soup.
Of course.
Has Moo what do you do when? Oh wait, you told me about the gel. I'm gonna get the gel.
The best thing is she's like not eating. The ear thing really helps. There's a lot
Okay.
of people in chat who are like,
Oh.
who are vets or vet techs. Can you
Yeah.
say exactly what's going on where she's not?
So she's had how long now? It has to be like a month. She's had this flu that started as a cough and then went into conjunctivitis in her eye, and then she has ulcers in her mouth as well. And it started off okay, we'll just give her drugs, all good, and then it progressively got worse, and it's hard to give her meds, so we had to get compounded meds for her. And then she was eating some of her treats and her food, and then now she's completely stopped, even after the steroid shot. So, yeah.
And she's like not eating at all.
No. And I put food out, I refresh everything, I try different brands, because she usually loves to eat. She eats a lot. But she's
Wait, she has ulcers, you said?
Yeah, so there's meds I'm taking to help her not feel any pain, to hopefully make her eat, but it's not doing anything.
Chloe said the ulcers might be too painful for her. That's
Yeah.
why it's tough to eat, which
Yeah.
could be a thing.
Yeah. But I don't know why the steroid shot didn't work.
Turkey lunch meat, boiled chicken, or canned tuna is another thing you could try for food.
I think, yeah. So I was thinking maybe a soup since it's liquid. Because I've tried every type of wet dish. Yeah.
I just made a lobby if you're down.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Of course. And then we could share it with chat after you get in.
Okay. A chicken broth. Ooh.
How old is this baby? She's up there. I think she's 14.
14.
She's like Moo's age. Blended bland food with an oral syringe.
I think they're gonna give me the gel lover for her ears when I go to the vet.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
Yeah, that's what we did for Moo, and it really worked.
Okay. And she's not grooming herself, so I'm thinking about giving her a little bath today. Not bath, a sponge bath.
Okay. Oh, you texted me. I missed it.
No, that's okay. Has the cats ever stopped grooming themselves when they're sick? Because it's the first time I've experienced it.
Yeah, and then they're like covered in shit or like they're like dirty, and you're like, what's going on, babe? And like the other,
I have Vegemite on my. No one told me. It looks like a bit of shit.
it happens. Aubrey says it happens often. Mouth ulcers might be why she's not grooming. Oh, so she probably, yeah, that's probably why she's not grooming herself, because her mouth ulcers.
Hmm.
Oh my god. Wait, there's so many knowers in chat. Dude, I can't get over how you were like, ready when you are, no rush, just call when ready. And then my message to you is just the opposite.
What did you say again? You ready, fuckface?
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready, fuckface? Like you're going through such like a rough time, and I'm just like, hey, you ready, fuckface?
You know what though? Like I was so excited to game with you today because I know you're gonna make me feel some sort of whimsy. That's so funny. You ready,
come on.
fuckface?
Dude, Granny, literally, your messages are always so nice. I'm out here saying whatever.
That's okay.
Do you Okay, so I was saying the thing. Also, if she's low energy for being sick, not grooming is a classic sign.
No. So you think I should give her a little sponge bath, guys?
Mouth ulcers are very tricky because it's like a double-edged sword. Because like you want them to get better, but she can't eat, and if she eats, it could like fuck with them again. So it's like a tough.
I know, and I feel so bad as well because I have to double burrito her because she's so strong and gets her claws. I have so many battle scars from
Oh yeah. Yep.
from
that
trying
also
to trying to help her. And I think her ulcers have gotten so bad to the point. You know how like when you do the thing to open their jaw and the jaw naturally opens, like
Yeah.
it's not opening. Like it's like it's just really tricky. But I know. Yeah, I'm
you can
trying
share
to...
the thing, by the way, with people. If you
Oh,
want
okay.
Also.
Guys, anyone, I'm looking at you, Grant, if you want some whimsy. I think Whiskey wants to game as well, potentially. Server name is Gamers5. Password
fun.
North America.
This person has no name. Oh, there's 3J. Waterless shampoo's great. They make kitty wipes that are good for cleaning.
It's
there's
just
a lot of
her,
options, which is good.
Yeah, it's mainly her legs and her little like tie.
Do they think the ulcers are from dental issues?
And
if so, is she a candidate for extractions?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I'll say all of this to the vet though tomorrow. Okay. If I go tomorrow night.
Yeah, a lot of people are very helpful.
Thanks, guys. Because it hurts. Oh, poor thing. I just like how long. I just don't want her to feel awful with no food. But she's drinking a lot of water.
Drinking a lot of water could be a good or bad sign also, because like sometimes it means that they might have hyperthyroidism if they're drinking a lot of water or like certain things.
I did try the pill pocket treats, but she didn't like them. Guys, I'm not even kidding. The amount of things I've tried is actually redonk. Like, I appreciate you telling me everything though, guys, because I didn't know about pill pockets until you brought them up.
Yeah, but drinking is still good. When your kid had a mouth sore, we had to
you can whisper me if you like on Twitch or if you're in the Discord in general.
Yeah, guys, if you want to use the pet Discord in mine or in Carla's stream or her Discord and like some advice. Obviously, vet advice is the most important, but like it's also, you know, when you're in a situation like this and you want her to eat or whatever.
Yeah, I'll check everything out. I appreciate it, guys. Like, no pressure either. I usually feed her dry food and then like some wet food as a treat because when she was little, wet food upset her tummy. And then as she's been older, I've been giving her wet food, but she's totally off all of it, not eating any of it.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna go tomorrow and tomorrow get the ear stuff you told me about.
Did you bring that up with them last time and like say hey?
And
see what, or no?
Did I? I swear I did. But because she was having 3 shots already, she was having anti-nausea, another shot for like her immune system, and then the steroid. And I was already getting a lot. I might have forgot to mention the ear thing because I thought the steroid thing would help. And it did. And then it stopped.
You didn't want her to have too many things going on at once, so that's good.
Yeah, because she has a lot going on.
But it's definitely worth looking into if you get into a not desperate situation, but when you're like, we need to get to something, the bottom of this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the steroid should have stimulated her appetite. And she was nibbling. It was very exciting, actually. And then she stopped again. Nib. Thank you for everything, guys. I'm reading everything. Yeah, I think it does hurt to eat. Guys, lock in.
Yeah. That's definitely what it's got to be, is that it's probably hurting her to eat, which sucks.
Oh.
Poor baby.
I know, little baby. Thank you, Peach. That's very cute. Yeah, I think it's the ulcers now. You're right. Thank you, Eric. How are you, doll? Love you guys. Thank you for being a part of my sponsor too. The lobby is Gamers5 password fun. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of stuff tomorrow. I don't know, app. I'm going to ask because originally they just thought it was like just from her sickness and stress. But that's a good question. I think there's gonna need. I think honestly, it's at a point now, and they did mention this, where tests are gonna need to be had, because if all of this, if these meds aren't doing anything, there's something else. So I think tests need to be done now. I'm a bit worried.
The music in this game is so quiet.
I know. Turn it up. Boost it.
I have it at 75. It's not making. Like, why is it so quiet? Am I dying? Like, what's up?
No, don't die. So sexy.
No, don't die. You're so funny.
Fuckface. I also updated Fortnite. If we ever get to that.
Did we talk about that, or are we just on the same page?
We're on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm easy for anything. Thank you, 3G. That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I know, like, I feel bad because I feel like it's all I talk about, but I know you guys are going to be like,
yeah, I don't understand why it got so quiet like that. That was weird.
Because it's just my life at the moment. Like, I to be real with you, like, I burst into tears last night before bed because I was like, I just feel so helpless. Like, I just feel like nothing's working. And it's just, you know, if you've been in this situation, you know exactly how it feels. You just feel like, I know I'm not, but it feels like you're failing a little bit because nothing's working. Like, vet visit after vet visit, so many drugs. Like, she's worth it, of course.
To make it sound IRL.
But like,
great.
You know, yeah.
Have you messed with the clones at all in this, or not really?
I'm scared to mess with them because you can't delete them well sometimes. So I've been
you can, but you lose a lot of progress, which is like weird.
Yeah.
If you delete them.
Yeah, no.
I think they're honestly kind of OP if you have an idea where, like, if you need more than one thing to make it believable.
Yeah, true.
But I also get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Of course.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
I insist.
Okay, fuckface.
Ha! She is not gonna let me live that one guy.
No, but I love it. Like, it's like when I called you dickhead for the first time. It's the same vibe.
Yeah, that was fucking funny though.
Real.
What Zelda game are you gonna play?
Haven't planned that yet. Probably Breath of the Wild. Didn't you suggest that?
Ooh, I think you would like it actually.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I think because when I'm not streaming, and even when I am streaming,
my first one's always kind of just like fuck it in this.
Like, it's a lot of like when I don't have Reese here to help, like getting a cat to take meds. That's overtaking meds.
Fuckwit, I like that.
Is a lot. You know what I mean? So it's just.
You know what a fuckwit is?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Real nice. It's just a lot of like wrestling.
We just started, guys. We're playing with Carla.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot.
Some other pals might join, depending.
Yeah, the way that I'm just collecting infinity stones of scratches, because she's not a scratchy girl either, but she's just so uncomfortable. And she's like, get me out of here.
That's how it is with the Fosters, bro. Like, my legs and Shan's arms are fucked.
Oh my god. Like, I wrap her really tight, but then she still somehow gets a paw out. They're so, like, nimble.
Jack me nim.
And that's what I'm saying. Thank you, guys. Thank you for validating me as well. because I feel like, because May was obviously the anniversary, the 1-year anniversary of my stepdad passing, and then Mia also got sick, and I feel like, and prior to that, I was adjusting to meds, and so I feel like the last 2 months.
Also, sorry again, dude. I saw your text like so late last night.
I'm sorry, guys, but you guys get it. No, don't apologize. I was the same.
I'm also off.
No, yeah, I missed your text. I'm just so behind on DMs. I'm not even kidding, or like texts, because I just feel like I'm so consumed by Mimi, which I know you get.
Of course. Yeah.
So that's my bad. But no, you're fine.
Literally anyone messaging you, like, fuck them, like, while your cat's sick. Like, that's just like, how it is.
What the fuck? I know they understand. I know no one's being that mean, but I'm like, guys, I promise I'll be better. Oh, nice.
Who else is in here?
But yeah, I know there's been a lot going on in my life.
Pretty good, right? Like,
and I'm kind of like, you guys honestly are the highlight of my life. Like, you're keeping me so sane, and I cannot thank you enough for that. And I will be more positive soon. Yeah, I don't mean to be so like, oh.
No, that's so good. Holy shit. Emily, very nice. Queep, very good.
Yeah,
3G,
no, exactly.
classic.
Yes, Idon, it's true.
Carl, where are you?
I'm searching and I can't find anyone.
Oh, fuck.
I know. Everyone's getting too good at this game. Oh, shit. That's proper shit.
Everyone is getting good at this game.
You know what I love about this game so much is the fact that you can still not find everyone.
Yep.
Like it's not. Yeah, that's why it's still going.
Yeah, I think it's also just fun to paint.
Yeah. What is that?
Oops, call me a little freak.
You're a little freak fuckwit.
Oh, good.
Sorry.
No, but I do like the painting aspect of it a lot.
Yeah. Sush, I got you, doll. And thank you, guys.
Yeah, guys. Sorry, last day of Pride, man.
What, Dylan, was it? Guys, it's July in Australia. Yeah, birthday soon. Uh-oh. Isn't it crazy I was there for your birthday a year ago? Ah, wow.
Come back. Nah, you can't. You're busy.
I will come back in the future because I need it. Like, heals me.
Of course.
I need to sleep in that bed with Mer.
Come on.
Guys, I delayed my flight when I was leaving purely for some extra time with Moo in bed because we're all sleeping. We're all napping.
What? I thought you wanted to hang with us.
Well, that too. But the day of, we were all so tired, and I looked at you guys and you were snuggling in bed. It was really cute. And I looked at Moo and I was like, I'm pushing it back.
I'm back. I'm chilling.
Guys, I can't find you. Uh-oh. Oh, I haven't even been in this room. Oh, shut. Nice, M. Guys, it's July officially in Australia, and I am happy to announce that we've extended Pride Month through to July. You're here, aren't you? Right. What?
Over here, dude.
Oh.
Over here, look. Look.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a brick.
Oh, still no 100 likes? Oh, sorry, man.
Sorry, I don't play with my community every day.
Damn, you hate them.
Yeah, no, I've been playing Zelda too much.
I'm joking.
Bro, it's 209 likes, bro.
Road to 300.
What the fuck? When did you go give Noah a thumbs up? His was so good.
Where was Noah's? I missed it.
Oh, Noah has 100 likes. Wow, good for him.
Wait, Dylan, where was that? So many good spots. Because I'll try it, and I'll make it look like an accident.
Uh-oh.
Pride Part 2, guys.
Same map or different map? What are we thinking?
I'm easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Let's go sewer.
Okay. Sewer, I hardly know her.
Sewer?
Yes.
Yeah, for $4 million.
Yes.
Jen, you can play some Rivals. Bro, Rivals, I gotta say, some of the skins that they got in that game, what are we doing? Now you can see the whole fucking kit and caboodle. When they're, I don't know, you know what I mean?
Wait, where are you? Let's hide together. You're hunting again? Oh my god, Jorbies. No! Let's hide together.
I saw a Black Widow skin, and I'm pretty sure she had a string on, and that's it.
Okay.
Chat knows exactly which one I'm talking about, by the way.
Ooh, this is way too good, I fear, guys.
Way too dank. I think I have an idea.
Oh, yeah.
I think I have an idea.
I'm cooking, guys. Let me cook.
Let her cook.
It's simmering. What are you doing? I'm trying to find you. Oh, ooh.
But I'm gonna do some cloning. You feel me?
Okay, clone.
Yeah.
Do you want to put your webcam on? Show face?
Oh, yeah, we can do that. Let's do it after this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down for that. That'll be fun.
I'm gonna show you my sweater.
What kind of sweater is it?
Oh, you're gonna love it. Speaking of, can you send me those samples? Those Neat Dude samples?
If we get like more made, yeah, I'll send you like the real ones.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah.
It looks so sick.
Yeah, I'm stoked on them. They came out really nice.
Real nice. It's winter here right now.
What? On purpose?
Yeah.
That's fucking
I
silly.
know, that's stupid.
What up, pickled puss? How you doing, dude?
Crazy.
What?
Sup, fuckface? You ready?
No, that's someone's name.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
On purpose is so funny. Guys, they turned on winter on purpose. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm saving KFC for dinner.
Oh yeah, how'd that go, by the way? Is it good?
Oh, so good. They're doing a daily deal on the app for Christmas in July.
Oh, sure.
And today's deal is 15 Wicked Wings for $10, which is a steal.
Oh, what a deal.
I
And I can use
know.
creator code Carla?
Carla. No, I'm so excited. I'm going to be having some Wicked Wings tonight for dinner.
Wicked fucking wings.
Wicked Wings. But I do feel like something to eat today. The Jaloon special. I know, Leah. My KFC order is actually Wicked Wings. Not even kidding. A dinner roll, coleslaw, potato and gravy, and a piece of original recipe. Ooh, I should try and clone today.
Mad scientist be like, whatever.
Sure.
My most recent reel where I'm like SpongeBob went in the morning and this whiskey goes, okay.
Okay.
Like, yeah, definitely, man.
I played a game the other night and it's drawing cartoon characters from memory, which we should do, by the way. We should have a stream where we do that.
Oh, that's fun. Is that you play IRL or a stream game?
IRL, you should have seen my SpongeBob. It's so bad.
I gotta see it next time.
Here, I'll send it to you. It is so bad. But
That's that laugh that you have
Ready?
now. That new laugh of yours.
it keeps on trying. Ah!
There it is.
Thank you.
Chat, do you think this works? I feel like this actually might work. Or is it just clearly obvious?
No, it's so good.
But it would be nice.
Hell yeah, brother. I sent you the drawing.
Okay, let me see.
I really forgot what he looked like.
I'll check it out in a second.
Yeah, lock in.
Oh my god, Xander, cool. Clever.
Oh, the confetti cannon? Yeah.
Ligori, nice. What are they selling? Fucking chocolate. Ojeb, nice. Queep, very good. Chris, amazing.
Can you hype me up? Because
That's
I think
me.
it's really good.
Let me see yours.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, it's basic.
You're definitely not getting found.
Really?
You're not getting found for sure.
Really?
You might. Rev up those fryers.
If we do back rooms, someone did a spot that I want to try that honestly was so good. My leg!
My leg. My diet Dr. Kelp.
Hell yeah. My drink!
The heck? Fuck! Nice.
He's already dead. My new stim is the Bangladesh thing, Dill. You'll never take me to Bangladesh.
We need a new one.
I know.
What's the next one?
0% striker. New one is fuckface, I think.
Oh, great. You know what's crazy? I remember when Whiskey said bird shit 40,000
Oh
times.
my god. I would take a really nice photo of Whiskey, and I have photos to prove it. I have unposted photos. A really nice candid shot of him, and I'd show him, and he'd
Here you go, bird shit.
Here we
Not
go.
posting it. Bird
He'd
shit.
go, wow, Carla, that's bird shit. I'm like, can we
Wait, he would moan when he would say it?
focus up? He would hate every
Sorry.
photo that I would give him.
What? That's bird shit. Let me send you an invite.
Okay, guys, look at this this photo. This is SpongeBob from memory. Okay. I don't know what happened with
Oh,
mine.
let me look at it.
I don't know what happened.
Dude, wait, yours is good. He's got knobby knees.
No, but look at
and
Reese's.
no nose.
Look at, what is this?
Well, no, his is how I would have drawn it. Also, like that's very classic. You forgot the nose and the eyelashes.
But you know what's funny? Like when you draw cartoons from scratch, you genuinely forget key
Elements.
Honestly, you do. Like I recommend trying it from home, guys. Don't look at Google. We got to plan a stream maybe next week where we do like a randomizer and we have to draw from scratch because it is crazy.
That could be fun. I sent you an invite to guest.
Okay.
Yeah.
You drew a rectangle. It's square pants. I don't need this.
How about a doubles high death match elimination when found by another player game mode? What do you mean by that? Like, oh, if you lose, you're out and you keep going? Heeman, yoiman, yoiman. Chameleons win.
SpongeBob rectangle pants. It does look like they're playing from Ed, Ed, Eddie. Yes. Do you like my thing?
Big sponge, big sponge, big sponge. By Bun Spings.
Do you like my shirt?
Guy.
Chris.
Oh my God, you're so small on my screen. Hold on.
Look at my jumper.
My jumper.
My jumper.
Here's the seasonings. Oh, is that for KFC?
Yeah, look at the buckets. How cute.
Oh, that's fun.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. Guys, look at her jumper.
My jumper. Oh, I survived it.
Oh, we've done that one before, the doubles one. That's fun.
Oh, I love double. I think I love it because everyone gets to play.
I think your mic's cracking.
Yeah, what the hell's up with that? It might be my...
You heard...
Oh, wait. If you hear that, then maybe it is my mic. I thought it was my headphones.
Yeah, when... You might have to just replug it.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
I was talking about how this is 6 years old. And I was like, it works perfectly. Uh-oh. Oh.
Hold on, I'm gonna go grab some coffee real quick before the next game.
Oh, I want to grab a chocolate milk. Yeah, take it off. Yeah. Yeah.
My room is warm, so I had to take my hoodie off. Okay, one sec.
Okay, sorry. My bad. It's actually crazy how... Hi, Shan! It's actually crazy how he's... Actually, I might change it to something... This is really comfy, but maybe I get something fresh going on here. I think we are full at the moment, but keep your eye out. It's 13 out of 13. I'm going to grab a chalky milk. All right. I'll put on something. I can't take this off because there's nothing underneath. All right, be right back.
All right, I'm sorry. All right. Okay. Squishy, nice. All right, back room, search time. Yeah, boom. Ammo limit was only 5? Oh, no. That sucks. Let's give him 10. Actually, no, let's give him 8. Yo, clones, make some noise. Wait, Mark, you would be really good in this game. Wait, no, you didn't you play it? Are you talking about the Zelda game? Because we played before. You were a cone in one of my lobbies. And what noise would that be? Wait, does it suck ass? Code Carla. Hey, no free promo. No free promo. It's dog shit. Nope. No.
Guys, did I wear this yesterday? Yes. Is it still clean? Yes. Is it my comfort shirt? Yes. Screw it. I gotta get more colors of these.
Bro got rid of the old jumper.
Hey, fuckface.
Oh. Hey, Mom.
Oh.
Sorry. Let's start.
Okay.
Ammo limit 8.
Who cares? How much do you wear a shirt or a jumper before you wash it? Like if you haven't done anything crazy, obviously. You're just hanging around the house.
A hoodie, like not like barely ever wash. Like I'll wash it when I'm like, okay, that should get washed. But a shirt, probably like after 2 or 3 wears. Or if I wear it outside and it's like a crazy day, like just once.
Real. Lobby info is gamers5. Password is fun. Let me do this right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I wear it until I'm like, all right. Like, although if I've worn something to the movies, I will wash it after the movies because cinemas are stanky as. Well, that's just.
Yeah, and also you got like weird shit on there. Like, same with like an airplane.
Yes.
Like an airport outfit.
Yes.
Like that's one and done.
Like I wash that as soon as I get to yours. Shane, can I use the washing machine? Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, jeans I need to not wash as often because they shrink. And then I go, great. Oh, this one. Oh, wait, wrong one. Okay, I gotta think.
When your job's a biohazard, launch is a weekly ordeal. Yeah, that sucks.
Biohaz. My life is a biohazard real. No, I wore this yesterday. It's my comfort shirt. It's just so comfortable. And I went to go change into a shirt and I was like, you know what? I want to wear that again. And I'm going to do it because it smells nice.
There you go.
Why not? Life is a biohazard. I wanna bio all night long. Is that the vet messaging? No, it's a damn. A random ass random. Ka-chow! I gotta respond to that, but I'll do this first. Mute. Guys, how good is Shocky's milk? Mmm. Oh, the sorting throne. I think that is my kryptonite. If I can be honest with you guys. My clothes are always clean. But I struggle sorting clothes. To the point where I want to donate most of my closet and just have staple. Well, I do that now, really. I only have staple pieces I wear. Like, you'll see me wear the same, like, 5 things at a time. Sometimes. Oh my god, Dylan. That's my goat.
I'm so getting found. What do you think?
Alright, let me see. Ooh, Jorby's nice. Leg's nice. Ooh, Jebby, that's real good. Squishy, nice.
Fuck.
No one nice. Oh, yeah. That's what I was gonna do. That's nice. Speaking of.
Not enough time. Shit.
Oh, I like mine, guys. Oh. Hold. How do I go to the other one? Oh! Oh! Ah!
You
Ah!
okay?
Ah!
The
Ah!
fuck's going on?
Ah! Ah!
I'm getting shot immediately, bro.
Okay, I fixed it, guys. Sorry for freaking out. The
Oh, man.
important thing is we kept our cool.
You were yelling a lot. I didn't know what happened.
Oh, was I yelling? That's weird. Thank you.
Bro missed his first shot. Bro missed his first shot. Look, Carla, press Q real quick.
Yeah, nice try, bucko. Oh!
What the fuck? What's that face? Why are you making a crazy face? What happened?
Chris.
What?
I can't say it, but
What?
Wait.
Chevy's is really good.
Am I still
So is
in it or
Noah's.
not?
What are you saying?
Wait, let me see if...
You're scaring me.
Me too. Oh, okay, I think no. Never mind. It
Oh.
looked like... Because my towel's still there, so it looked like I was still alive.
Oh, no, you were dead.
Okay.
Okay.
So I was like, wait, did I... Oh, we got so excited. I thought I somehow...
Emily's is so good and clever. Holy shit.
Can we do
The
Candyland?
clone aspect is so smart. We can do Candyland, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I've got chalky milk. What of it?
Some of these people have gotten so good at this game, it's crazy.
I know. Wait, I'll do this. I'll respond to this while we wash. We're talking oak chalky milk, yeah. No, this is not lactose free. I went full lactose on this one. No, Emily, take the compliment. Take it, babe. How are you? Okay. Oh. Heard it again. I swear to you guys, if this mic breaks as well, I'm gonna laugh because my wireless mics are broken, which I wanted to use for like a stream coming up.
Wow.
So if I lose
Squishy's
another
spot
mic,
was literally broken. I don't think you can get shot there.
I am going to go to Peru.
I'm gonna give Emily some points because that was crazy that
and
it
cry.
worked.
Bye, doll.
The balloon strat
Enjoy
was clever.
packing. Thank you for hanging. Yeah, Dill, I have tried it. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Let me check the back of this.
That one, yeah.
Okay. Peru, look out. You heard it here first.
Ooh. All right.
It is. I got it in
You want to do
2020.
Candyland next?
Yes, please. Honestly, my mic lasting 6 years is pretty decent. Don't you reckon?
Yeah.
How long have you had your Shure for? Same time, I think?
No, I got mine a little more recently, I would say, because I had another one before this one.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What body shape you going with?
I'll go round. Good at you.
Right.
This has been in like 10 moves. That might increase the time a bit.
Let's see.
I've moved a lot. Body yaddy 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 yaddy. Okay, I'm gonna try it. Is that good, Dill? I'm doing what Dill did to me the other day. He got me good. Is that it, or do you recommend another spot? Yeah.
No.
Like that?
That could have worked, but also I don't think so.
So the spikes are even out a little more. Wait.
Let's see.
On. Like that? That's nice. What do you reckon? Yeah? John Cena shaved his head, guys. Yeah.
Might actually work.
That's so nice. Chris is gonna go, Carla. Ooh. Okay, that's fun. I like that.
Who you talking to?
You.
Yeah, I'm not even like fully done yet. Just give me a sec. Brother.
I'll give you sec. That's crazy. Sorry. Sorry. My accent. I'm a fuckface.
Where's your where are you at?
Go have a look.
Can't.
Okay.
Still cooking them on.
Guys, I think we deserve this. Although
Apparently Mexico won, by the way.
Oh, vamos. Is that right?
Oh man. What can you do, man?
Oh. Stick it to you.
They beat Ecuador, I believe.
See how long it takes for Chris to notice. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh shit, I guess, yeah, June's over. This is Ping Star. I just realized it's 1st of July. Yeah. You know what I want to do? Because I want to move my thing soon. I want to get some sort...
Barry B. Benson.
I want to get some sort of, whether it's a tree or something with a thing on top. And there's like... Or maybe just a tree, because I guess that can be the star. Or I don't know.
Xander, nice. That's funny.
But it would be good to
Leg,
reward
nice. Talia,
the leaderboard
insane,
by
very
giving
smart.
someone a star every
Jeb,
month or
very,
something.
oh, everyone's doing the strat now.
Just because it's like...
Jorb's nice.
I don't know, it'd be cute
Queef,
to kind
very
of
good.
do that for
Carla,
like the month.
very good. Hilarious even.
Thank you.
Masala, Noah, very good.
Yeah,
everyone has the same brain for this one, it seems like.
Yeah, it would be cool to get it would be cool to do like 4 stars so I can reward like different types. Because obviously like the leaderboard
God,
for me
whistle at once
is huge because that keeps the stream going. You know what I mean? Like I'm so grateful. But then the chat is equally as important because you keep the conversation going. What?
It's not even a star on your head.
It's a pimple patch. Anyway, so...
Bro's got the world's biggest pimple.
on my scalp.
Bro's a unicorn growing a unicorn horn pimple.
Pimp.
Why can I hear you twice sometimes? What do you mean? You can hear me twice.
But anyway, I gotta figure that out because that would be cool to do like a
You have
little
2 tabs opened?
a little system where I can use like felt stuff. Because I want to move my desk so you can see
an
the
echo?
wall close up.
Oh,
That'd be cool.
maybe Carla's mic is picking me up?
Hello?
Yo. Oh, maybe it is.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, I think your mic is picking me up.
What? Okay, hold.
Guys, it's our first time streaming, okay?
Try now.
Yo. Fixed.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Wait, so what's with the star?
I told you it's a pimple patch.
Oh my god,
I'm
she
kidding.
wants a reel so bad.
It's not a real 3K tops for this one. No, this is for my Christmas tree in the back, and someone said put it on your head, and I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. It's nice.
Thanks.
Press 1, you won't.
I am, but they don't need me, I think.
Dude, that's so good, that spot.
I got it from Dill.
Dill.
Dill. Deal
George,
or
that's
no
actually
deal.
really fucking spot on. As well.
Good night, Kim. Have a
Oops,
stunning
never mind.
sleep, though.
Dead.
Are you running human cult? No. Oh?
She's a star because she lights up our life, of course.
Thanks, guys. I needed that.
Hmm.
What day is this of MECCHA? I know. Wait, let me see. Let me get on my Sally gnome.
This is the only game you've been playing lately?
Yeah, but to be fair, I think just to be like frank, I've been so stressy with Mia that this game just helps me stream.
Of course.
You know? It's just nice.
I gave you a thumbs up.
Thank
Do
you.
you want to hit me with one as well?
Okay. It is... Oh, God.
If you're over 50 hours, you're fucking crazy.
9 streams in a row. I've played it every day.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely over 50.
You reckon? Let's see.
You have to be. Well, actually, let's see. No, unless you play 8 hours. Oh, you need to play a minimum of 6 hours every day, every stream.
No, I'm not that crazy.
True.
Honestly, they've been adding so many updates. It's so easy to play this game.
Their updates have been very good.
Yeah.
And, like, consistent, too.
Yeah. Let's do some doubles.
Okay.
Yippee!
The ammo limit's going to be 8.
Okay. I would have hit 50 hours after this stream. True. I'm 48.5. Uh-oh, what a shame.
The poor groom's bride is a...
Poor.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Yo, Talia, thanks for playing.
Alright, let's score. It's a bit chilly.
It's a bit nippy outside.
It's a bit nippy, ain't it? I chimed in.
Dude, don't chime.
Damn it. No, don't make me chime.
I'm gonna chime. But how much people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn doors. No.
Yep. Ooh.
I didn't know you guys had that one.
Oh, we got it.
That's fair.
I've had the time of my life. And I never.
And I owe it all to you.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, baby.
Ain't no mountain high.
Ain't no valley low. Alright. If you need me, call me. I'll be there you are, no matter how far. Ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Oops. Guys, I'm a dev. I'm a developer in this game. That's why I have so many likes.
I'm a dumb dweeb. I'm a dweeb.
I'm a dweeb.
I'm a darn.
Ain't no river.
Keep me from getting back.
Is the Japan vlog ready?
Too busy streaming.
Yeah.
I wish, but you know how it is.
So true.
Echo laugh? What do you mean? Oh yeah, I can hear myself again underneath the shit.
Well, because I'm. Wait, how about now?
Hello? No.
Okay, because I sometimes eat my mic when I play this game.
Oh, don't do that.
Sorry.
You can get sick.
As an early version of. Really? I know, 12 million copies? That's amazing. And you know what? They deserve more because they're updating this game more than...
Most, yeah.
Oh my god. It's actually a flex.
They're literally updating it like all the time.
I know. Actually very impressive.
Thanks.
Sorry.
You've been really trying.
Yeah.
Is it full of Skimpy joins?
hell?
Next game?
Skimpy?
Yeah, one of a streamer friend of mine.
Yeah, get Skimp in. If only I can get Florfin.
No, they're look at my chat right now. You don't know Skimpy? Bro, just called someone Florf.
Because, wait, Skimpy, I can explain.
No, Skimpy TV. Do you not know Skimpy?
Yeah, do you know Florf?
Oh my god. Scamp, I'm sorry. She's not normally like this.
Don't say that.
Actually, I lied. She is.
Yeah, and you love me. What the fuck? Alright, I did good. Is this doubles? Yeah.
No. She didn't mean it? Yeah, exactly.
If anything, it's a compliment.
Comp.
Lament.
Oh.
You need to get some sprites.
Yeah, I don't know if I give a fuck. Thoughts? Here we go.
Okay. I'm gonna get you. Do you reckon I'll find you before you find me?
Maybe.
Ooh.
How many sprites do you have? Do you even play Fortnite anymore?
No, I haven't collected a single sprite.
What? Oh, fuck.
Jim.
The good old days.
Woo woo! What?
Some hiding spots are so funny from certain angles, like they cook, and then other ones you're just like, there you are. You're
Yeah,
just
true.
right there, huh?
Hey.
Yo. Skimpy TV, welcome on in, dude.
Welcome, Skimpy.
It's my fucking boy.
That's our boy. Skim.
OG's great right now. Season 9. Oh, I don't know if I like Mega Mall, and I don't like it. I think I hated that season, or did I like it? With all the fucking like hoops that you would flop around in.
Oh, the hoops.
Was it the beginning of the end for Fortnite, or was that a good era? I forget. Oh, the combat shoddy, dude. I don't know. I think I hated Neo Tilted actually. Peak, really? I don't know. I thought Neo Tilted sucked ass, and like in the shopping mall zone, right?
Really?
I remember not liking this season. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is Neon Tilted the one with the ramps?
Neo Tilted. It was like all like futuristic and strange.
Oh, Neo. Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember not liking one of them.
Yeah, you get the bullets back when you find someone, which is cool. I don't know why I have a star in my head. It's just here now. I think it's my safety star.
No, John, it can still be peak for you. I just remember that one sucking. I thought, but maybe it was like, I remember maybe it was season X that sucked. Like maybe it was one after 9 that was bad. Like it just like fucking sucked.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. I'm trying to think what my favorite one was. What did we play a lot of?
Might have been X. No, X didn't have mechs. It was like 10. Season 10 was like strange. Oh, that's funny.
Hi, Ping. Get it all out. How are you, dog?
Found you.
Do you like it? Oh, no.
Let's just say, easy squeezy lemon peasy.
Okay.
Oh, the mechs are. I fucking hated the mechs in that game.
Yeah. How was your night, dog? I'm so excited to have chicken tonight. Oh.
I'll have to see it if I liked it.
I have a store. I have a store.
For later, nah, come on.
Ah, why not? But I installed it. Overwatch, alright. Whatever.
Nah, we gotta do 4.
Yeah, 4, and then Overwatch, whatever.
Overwatch would have to be an off-stream situation for this guy.
Really?
Yeah, I can't ruin the CCV.
Shut up.
My bad.
Last hour won't ruin your CCV.
Can't ruin the old cease of.
Sisava. I'm a store.
Yeah,
Lily,
you and I are like neck and neck right now.
If you genuinely have a question, you're more than welcome to ask. But honestly, you just showing up is enough.
How's everyone else at, man?
I really appreciate it. I never expect anything more.
Let's see.
Guess what? Ping what? Give me goss. Hi, mama. I'm still on, baby.
Yeah, I shot myself. Yeah. Someone whistle.
We need this.
I have to move fast. It's against the clock, dude.
I just asked because I wanted to ask questions.
God damn it.
Yeah, no,
Carla,
I just
lose.
appreciate you being
lost.
involved, honestly.
Freaks.
You all listened to me and you behaved like that's... I appreciate it so much.
God dang it.
Thank you, Ping.
Whoa, there was someone right. That's so good.
I appreciate that so much. I was saying to everyone how I felt a bit guilty because I feel like,
bro,
oh, that's
such a good
nice.
one. Oh my God.
I felt like the past 2 months,
Did you like
2
mine?
months have been kind of rough for me. Let me have a little look.
We were in the same room.
Oh,
Yeah, she was muted the whole time, but I think she was talking to Chant.
talking to chat. Wait, where are you? I'm trying to find you.
That's a good
Oh,
one.
I missed you.
I was the candles.
Oh, yes, I got you. That was good.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel like the last couple months,
Wow, dude, that
a lot's
Jebby
been
one
going
is
on,
so
and I
solid.
felt really bad that I would like pop onto stream and be like, yep, I'm still struggling. But I
Good run,
appreciate
good run.
you, and I know it'll get better.
I have an idea.
Whiskey, are you gonna play?
It might lag, but we'll have to see.
Do you want me to get you in? Yeah, do you want to play? Wait, we might have a Whiskers joining. Hold. There's my star. Thank you, Ping. I appreciate
shit.
that. Thank you.
Oh, it's starting.
All right.
He can still join. He can still join though.
See. 20 minutes? Okay, 20 minutes. Perfect.
20 minutes, dude. We're gonna be on Overwatch by then.
Nice try. CCV.
No, actually, no. Your CCV is good for Overwatch.
Honestly, I'll just take what I can get.
Hey, why not?
Thanks, man. Chimes, I think so. Wait, Whiskey said he's down for Overwatch too.
Bro is lying.
Oh, don't lie to me, Whiskey. I need this. Yeah, the details are up above, guys. If it's full, just keep an eye out when people leave and get in here. Get in here.
Get in here, you fuck. Sorry.
Sorry. I feel like I shouldn't do this.
Ah! No fucking way.
I shouldn't do this, but it's alright.
I kind of like the ones that are risky. What are your thoughts on that?
So true.
So true and clue.
Yeah. Oh my god, Laura. Honestly, you surprise yourself. No, ping me last night. I was feeling so emotional that I made myself a Milo and got to bed. Oh! That's annoying me. Nice. What is that? This is so over the top for what I'm doing. Like, it's not necessary at all. This is so not necessary. What's wrong with me? Ah. Oh, it's satisfying though, isn't it? Oh, yeah. No, I get that, Laura. I get it. Honestly, it might go on sale again. And then, when I get paid as well, because I'm saving my remainder of my shmoney for, the vet. But I'll definitely get some codes and give some out. I want everyone to play it. Is there a security thing in here? I wanna... Do I get a red light? Maybe I do... Oh, this map is buggy. Yeah, it will unfreeze, but it's very buggy. How much time do we have left? Because my thing's bugged.
16 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
That probably works.
Yeah. Okay, I really want to see yours.
Is everyone frozen?
I have a black screen. 1 second. It should load in a sec.
I'm gonna wait for everyone to load in.
Hold. It should move soon. It does this.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna be doing these kind of maps, we're gonna have to limit the amount of people who could be in the lobby because it gets all fucked.
Oh fuck you. Is it just this map though?
Yeah, but this map's too good
I
to
know.
not play.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Everyone's loaded in.
All right. Hold. Australia's still loading in. All right, I'm in.
Okay.
I want to know where you hid. Torbies. Do you reckon I'll know it's you?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Did you draw a horse's ball? Oh.
Yeah, this game for some reason just freezes so much when it comes to
Knowing the devs, they will fix it, guys. Don't worry. Oh my
But
god, Chris.
the problem is this one it's a modded issue. It's not their fault. I think it's just too many assets loading or something. That's why.
Chris, that's so funny.
Thanks, by the way.
That's right.
Bro. Was that you? I think I found you.
Really?
Yeah. Were you not in a painting?
I was in a painting. What do you mean?
No, you weren't.
Oh.
A lot of people not in paintings, guys. Come on.
Assets.
Assets. Oh, that's really good, Xander. Very good.
Oh god. We sound like
Yeah, we're playing double mode.
We sound like two proud parents every time we find someone.
Yeah. Double mode's cool because you all shoot and you all paint. So it's
Yeah.
like no one gets left out, which is nice.
I agree.
Thank you.
It's okay.
I'm mowing people down right now.
You are. Someone is here,
Nice.
but where?
2 more. Come on. Yeah, this one's definitely worth trying with friends. Like it's a good vibe because you're also racing against the clock.
Ping, by the way, this is your star for the tree. Oh, nice. That's real nice. You're my star.
Dude, I don't know. Oh, they're whistling like right here. Oh, there they are. Yes. One more. Bro, it's neck and neck, Xander.
Shoot, where is everyone?
Back here?
the hell?
I can't find this last one.
Whoa.
Desperate for a whistle. Yes!
Oh, Emily, nice.
What was the last one at?
Oh, very
You
good.
were a goddamn security camera.
Yeah, I couldn't help myself.
Nice.
Okay.
Who did I miss?
Slay.
I think I missed. Who did I miss? Oh, Queep. I think I missed Queeps. That's so good, dude.
Did I see Queeps?
Yeah, they did Napoleon's face, I think.
Oh, I loved yours. That was so funny.
Thanks, man. Is Whiskey joining this one?
I think maybe next one. Whiskey, let me know.
Okay.
Because
If anyone else wants to join, or if anyone wants to get out to join, password is the game. It's called, what is it? Gamers 5. Password's fun, all lowercase.
Fun.
If anyone else is trying to get in, I'm gonna go back to a different map.
Don't
I think because that one just fucks everything up. Well, I'm gonna actually go to the bathroom first. Low-key.
Get it out. Sorry. Whoa. Oh.
Be right back, guys. 1 sec.
All right, let me do thus. Guys, PAX 50% sold out of the Saturday tickets. Isn't that crazy? Let me just. Oh my god, 3 months away too. Oh my god. It seems we're living on the rhinestone. Okay. Wild comms. Wait, let me see.
Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Oh, okay, you wanna go? Okay, baby.
Okay.
Cute.
I missed Crumb.
He's very camera shy. Is the lobby still
Aw.
open? Yeah, if someone's been here the whole time, if someone be down to dip for Ashleyan, if you guys are down. If someone's been playing the whole time, if you'd be down to dip for a sec. It's what's the password again? It's Gamers5 password fun.
Jib.
Gamers5 password fun.
Hi Crash, how are you, dog?
So we get some new people in here. Xander, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Anyone else who's been here the whole night, if you could make some room for others, that'd be sick.
I think Leggies is doing that as well. Thanks, Leggies, my goat.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ashleyan is in. What up, Marion? All right. Anyone else can join too if you'd like. We have 2 more spots if you haven't played at all tonight. Thank you, dudes, for doing that.
Oh, it was so good, Beck. It was so good. Just download the KFC app. Check out the daily deals. How are you, my love? It was so good. It was so good. Everyone was drawing KFC buckets in game. It was hilarious. No, it was the best. Everyone showed up. No code, Beck. No code. But yeah, that's so cute. Honestly, it's a really cool campaign. I'm just very grateful to be on it. What did I say, Laura?
Are you down for the market?
So down. I
love
just
that one a
repeated what Chris said. Someone's
All right.
username? Sorry if I said something I didn't realize.
We're gonna start. If you guys want to join, you got 5 seconds before I
What I
click start
said.
game. Actually, you gotta all download it as well.
But I
Chilla
appreciate
Frost.
heads up because
Is
sometimes my
that's
accent
someone's name.
or something
That's like a.
sounds
Is
weird.
that like someone who like develops games or something? That name sounds so familiar.
They're in my Discord, my stream, and they stream as well. So maybe you've seen.
Dude, why do I know that name? Like, isn't that like someone who?
Laura,
makes
what was it?
shit?
Just so I know, because I don't know what it was.
Chilla Frost.
Was it?
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Chilla's art.
Was it?
That's my bad.
Did I say?
Maybe they secretly are the
Shit.
creator. I've never played a Chilla's game.
Is that what I said? I'm just trying to think what I said with with what was in the middle of those letters.
Just gotta download the game and then you're good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. No, remember I said like years ago I used that in a sentence and I didn't know what it was, and then I stopped saying it, and then I repeated it, not
How's it going,
thinking
dude?
about that. Thanks, Tom. Yeah. Okay, Souls. Yeah, because that hasn't been in my
All right, Chimes. If you
My
don't
vocab in a
download it in
while.
the next like few, we're just gonna force
Thanks,
start it.
Tom.
You have to just go to the Steam page and you can download it from there.
Yeah.
We're doing market map.
Hi, Esri. How are you? Hello. I'm bloody good for it. I'm good for it. I'm good for it. Guys, you know, I was thinking before, when we were doing the stream, I had I don't know what is on top of your chat, but I couldn't stop staring at the fact that it was
I'm for
like,
starting. Sorry, Chimes.
I'm sponsored by KFC, and then up the top, it had Gordon Ramsay stream. I was like, oop. I'm making chicken, guys. I know, Sush, I would kill for that. That's what I'm doing this afternoon. I can't wait. Now, what did I do last time? I did one.
Oh, cool. Game's bugged. What the fuck?
Oh? It's restarting.
Okay.
Okay,
Hide time.
cool.
Hey. What the hell's happening?
I don't know.
Help me.
Help me. Hold. Shags, wait. I'm doing it. I just gotta cook. I don't care. I love it.
Fuck.
Yep. Literally cooking.
Yeah, this spot seems pretty good.
Wood.
Okay, and then. Where are you hiding?
I would tell you, but
Come on, just tell me, dude.
I would, but then I'd have to kill you.
Ah, great. Great fucking Scott. this spot's nice. I need to get maybe like a brighter color.
Yeah, I was hinting to it.
Yeah, I don't think this is from anything in particular, but it very much looks like World of Warcraft. If I had to give it like some sort of vibe.
Oh yeah. I think this is. Okay, I think this is good. I think that's good. I don't know whether to color in the... I think that's solid. Like a part of me wants to color it in, but maybe not. Oop. All right. Damn, we have a lot of time. How much time did you put on there?
30 more seconds.
Is that 300 you do?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
My bad.
No. Pop off.
No, I insist, man.
No, I insist. Wait, should I do a thing where I tell chat a code word, and if you say the code word naturally, I pop this party popper?
What do you mean?
I have a party popper.
Oh, like a word that I have to say?
Yeah, but you have to say it naturally.
Fuckwit.
No, I haven't set the word yet.
My bad.
Should I do it?
Yeah.
Do you opt in?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay. The code is
Yo, Britt, thanks, man.
pussy. No man, it's hello. Noms. All right, where would he be? Alrighty, where are ya? Oh, we have some whistles. I love how I just cleaned up my whole carpet full of confetti only just to try and pop one again.
I'm happy you didn't pause on that sentence.
What did I say?
I was like, I don't know where this is going.
What did I say? What was it?
Yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it.
Was it whole carpet?
No, it's clean up my whole carpet.
Oh.
I was like, oh, great. Good. Thanks for telling everyone.
My bad.
No, you're good.
Guys, why
Rose
can't
apologizing for talking.
True. Why can't I find anyone today? What's the go?
Oh, that's not someone? Bro, you gotta be joking. Oh, come on.
Your bush. You shaved it.
Huh? I can't believe it.
You shaved your bush.
What's my favorite map? Why am I? Okay. I actually like this one a lot. Art gallery one's good too. What about you, Carla?
Which one?
What's your favorite map?
Ooh. I like Peak.
Oh, the peak one we could do next too. That one's fun. Absolute.
Guys, I
peak.
can't find anyone.
Yeah, I feel like a weirdo right now. Like a piece of shit.
How did you hide there? Did you find me?
No?
Good.
Oh, that was good, Jeb.
Give me a clue where you are. Give me a whistle. Ooh.
What? Oh, I found me.
You never take me to Bangladesh.
That's right. Huh.
Guys, the way... Am I the one finding this so hard?
Huh. No, it's very hard. Look at the score. No, everyone's struggling right now.
Wait, why are we all popping off? Crazy style.
Homo, nice spot, dude. Homo huddle. Sorry.
Yeah, sometimes the whistle makes me more confused. You're right.
Yep. Yeah, we're streaming simultaneously. That's right. Oh, it's July. It's my birthday month.
Birthday month. Big 3-6.
Bro, don't tell people.
Sorry.
It's okay.
To be fair, you
It's
look
okay.
28 max.
No, I don't.
There you
I
do.
look 30. It's okay.
No, you look youthful. You're aging well.
Hey, thanks, man. Sorry.
Thanks.
I don't know where anyone is.
Did you find me?
I don't know. What are you?
Wood.
I'm wood. Fuck me too, dude.
Okay.
All right. I wonder if we're in the same spot.
Ooh, that'll be funny. What the hell? Where are you? Guys, feel like pure shit.
Yeah. Yeah, feel free to give me a thumbs up, by the way, if you want.
Oh, Chris.
Thanks.
Oh, Jebby. Oh, wow.
3G, very good. Oh man, dude, the cloning genuinely made it way harder, but like in a good way. Like, you can be way more strategic with it. Where are you at?
I
there you
was
are.
under the fire.
Oh, you motherfucker. That's so good.
Yep.
That's clever, bro.
Thank you.
Wait, you found me, Jorbs? We'll take a dub.
Hi, Deem. How are ya?
Okay.
All right, peak.
That was good. You want to let's do peak. Absolute peak. That one's a good one. If anyone else wants to dip or join, guys, feel free.
So I have the keyword ready.
Peak
so
airport.
as soon as you say the keyword, I will be popping it.
All right, hold on. We might have. Wait, join my disc.
Okay. That's not the keyword, guys. Don't worry.
Okay, here back.
All right. Astro, do you like it? Thank you. That's a new spot. I haven't done that spot yet.
Would someone be down? One person be down to leave real quick? We have a new friend joining in. Well.
Bro, Chris and Carla, have you guys played Super Mario Sunshine?
No.
Negative.
Fuck, never mind.
Why?
They have
What's up?
Delfino Plaza as a mod, and I was freaking out.
Ooh.
It's big though.
But
It's
Julie,
big.
get in. There's one spot.
Oh shit, shite.
Wait, is Whiskey ready
what's
as well?
What's the info?
I sent you the name and the password and everything.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Delfino Plaza would be cool just for the vibes.
Julia, I have a...
Yeah, I wonder if it has the music. Oh, fuck.
I have a party popper, and I've given chat a keyword, and if one of you say that word, I pop it instantly.
Penis.
No.
Like how you just assumed it was that.
I was just gonna shoot my shot.
Okay, thank you.
Shoot your shot with that word is wild. I'm sending you an invite for guest star if you want.
Oh, okay.
It's right. I'm not sponsored anymore.
Here we go.
I do think Julia could be the one
To
to
say
make
it?
it happen. Yeah.
Is it like a funny series of words?
I guess so.
Ooh, nice classic.
Yeah, with the pink turtleneck.
Neck.
That's quite nice.
And a nice little turtleneck under this.
No, that's nice.
Oh shit! I hear you twice.
Oh shit! Hold on. Sorry.
That's okay.
Muted myself. My bad.
You sounded like Navi.
Hey,
like
hey.
doubled. All right.
Yeah, very close.
I'm gonna do this map right here.
Very close.
Okay.
All right. We just did the market one. We're doing doubles right now, so you hide and also paint, or and seek.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Sweet. I won the last two, low key.
Oh really?
I think so. I actually don't remember. Carla, did I win the last two, or just the last one?
Yeah, I'll give you the last two.
All right.
All right.
We'll take it.
Cool.
You were doing Majora's Mask over there?
Twerk.
No.
What?
I like that. For a split second, I was like, what is she talking about?
What is she telling you?
As I'm holding the pop-up.
Like, okay, fine.
Dance.
No.
Gritty.
No.
Gritty goose.
No.
Taint.
No, I like that though.
Twat.
No.
Dang it.
Okay, all right.
Try again in a bit.
All right, I'll put it down.
Does it rhyme with punt?
No.
Oh, I can't say that.
Oh.
Okay.
You
that's
can,
fine.
but it's naughty as well.
Oh.
Hee hee. Ho, ho.
Whiskey, jump on. Oh, I should do the spot that I did.
There's no way Whiskey's joining.
I'm gonna do the spot I did the other day. See if you get me. Thoughts? Good idea. Oh, yeah. Stunning. Wait, Tammy, you can't yap with anyone? No! Hi, Tori. I feel like that one's a bit weird, but honestly, you will miss that. Oh no. Julie, what are you cooking?
I don't even know.
Okay.
This is either a good idea or just nice try. You know what I mean?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Maybe I buy more of these and do it
Igon
for like
2738
when goals are
has
hit
gifted 5
as well.
subs.
But then I'm just going to be
Naughty
cleaning up
boy.
confetti for the rest of my life because everyone is so lovely. And I'll be too excited to pop them. Thank you, Idon. I appreciate that. You are the best. How are you, doll? Wait, can you? Out the airport window? Oh, that's really cool. What the hell? Oh, did they do that map as well? Wait. Oh, they made digital circuits. Oh, okay. Up too late again. What time is it? Tammy, I know. You're going to be in your element. So excited for you. Also, wow, 4 hours went really quick today. Midnight.
You guys doing a funny one or a serious one?
A potato, I think.
Column A, column B. I'm curious. Ooh. It's too late to change my idea, but I have some ideas. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. Thank you, Idon. Thank you, everyone, as well, for all the support. I appreciate you. I think you'd have 3 clones, right? Am I a sock, or is that correct? Correct. I love the toy. 2 and you. Okay. So 3 total. Nice. Okay, it's making sure she's conscious. You know when cats are a little too still? I know, Jorbies.
It's crazy because like the thing that sucks the most is like the color here. Like that's not really working for me here.
Yeah, when they get into a deep sleep and you're like, hello, hello, and they're like, like, girl, you're scaring me.
Honestly, though, I'm proud of it. Fuck it, why not?
That'll do, donkey.
That'll do.
Okay. I want to see if Julia is in my spot.
Heard a whistle.
Julia.
Nice.
What the?
Oh, it's laggy.
Was
Is it
it
laggy
something-
for you?
Oh,
Was
shit.
for a second.
Okay.
Nice.
Bro, that actually looks pretty fucking good, dude.
What? Where?
Did you do
Nothing,
something
don't worry about
crazy?
Yeah, from far away it looks real nice.
Really?
Close up, not so much.
You do not say.
Julia, nice.
Thank you, Chris.
Really?
Yeah.
God, it's a bit laggy
Really
for
good.
me.
Yeah, it's a lot of assets.
I think I got a little bit of like framey bits on this map yesterday
Did you?
as well. Like only for a second.
Oh. Yeah, we could change it after this one. This one seems a little too framey.
That's. I mean, it's not constant, right, Carla? It's just like sometimes.
Yes and no. Right now, it's the first time it's been a little bit weird. Like, it just feels weird at the moment. But usually it's fine.
Damn it. That's actually really good, I think.
Well, I can't find some of you. What are you doing to me?
Overwatch.
True.
I thought that was the secret word. Oh, this would be good in here.
Damn.
Homo huddle. Oh my god.
People are hiding. I can't find you. What the hell?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Chris,
You like that one?
nice. That was pretty
Thanks.
cool.
Yeah, I had fun with that one. So what?
Wait, where is
Pretty cute.
Chris?
Nah, come on.
Wow, I can't find you. Oh. It's nice.
Oh, that's really good, Chimes. Very good.
I gotta bring potato back, Tammy. Oh, Chris. Real nice.
Thank you, man.
There's so many people in here, and I
Yeah.
still have 6 left to find.
Oh, very good, Ashley. Very good. Tough spot.
Oh.
Me on a bad day.
Real. Talk after stream?
Julia having a bad day makes me sad to think about.
Real.
That's really sweet. They don't happen often.
Hey, W.
F1's been pretty fun.
World Cup's been pretty fun too.
True.
Mexico won earlier. Let's go.
So did the France. France is probably gonna win.
You think the whole thing?
Yeah. They almost
Really?
won 4 years ago, and then I think they won 8 years ago. They're like the best.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd like to see him lose to someone.
Yeah, me too.
Nice.
Alright, guys, Australia's on their way. Aren't we out or something?
Yeah, I think you're on your way home.
Come and see me.
Where?
Dang it.
Where the hell's everyone at?
Oh, sneaky.
Oh, someone's in the tree, bro.
Go see mine, Chris.
Where are you?
I'm over here by the chessboard.
You're at the chessboard?
How was this?
Oh, never in my life would I have gone up there.
That's really good, dude.
You like that? You like that?
Yeah, that's smart.
Wait, you're in the...
So-
Oh, where?
In the crown.
Because she cloned herself, so it just looked like a thing twice. That's really good.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yippee! Oh,
Oh,
Astro.
solid.
Oh, nice.
All right, let's go back to a classic level, maybe.
Yeah.
Something a little more chiller.
We play
Realizing I'm bad at hunting.
Egypt,
You want to go back to the
really?
regular mode, or do you like doubles?
I don't mind.
The only thing I like about... I like doubles when there's less people, because it's
Yeah.
easier to do, like for everyone to have a time. With this many people, it's cool to see everybody's creation.
Yeah.
I think that is the cool part about the other mode.
Let's go back to regular mode with 250 seconds, so it's a little faster, but you can still paint as people are looking, which I miss doing.
Okay,
Boom.
cool.
Yippee! All right, I'm ready, guys. Are you excited?
Oh, God.
Wait, what was
Yep.
the word?
Because you're going to get it now, Julia.
Meat.
Mansion.
Horse cock.
No.
I'm a hunter.
I'm a
with
hunter.
Chris.
Fuck. Oh,
Oh,
good.
yeah,
Yes,
I'm here.
ass,
I'm
bitch.
Fuck it all.
Oh, I wanted to shoot. I wanted to paint. I don't want to shoot.
Piss.
Fuck.
Tits.
Shit. Ass.
Dick hole. Fucking shit hole.
Dick hole.
I don't know. I'm just
Too
trying
much. Come
to
on.
read Carla's facial expressions. I can't tell what's happening.
She wants to pull
Come
that
on.
whatever that is.
Come on.
The confetti thing.
Let's connect. Airdrop. I'm going to airdrop it to you. Ready?
Airdrop.
I'm airdropping the word. Okay, I sent it.
Wiggle.
Does it have to do with cursing?
Kind of.
Fuckwit. Fake fuckface.
No.
Cock?
No.
Balls.
Boobs?
No.
Bush.
Cock and balls.
No.
You shave your bush. Shit stick.
Pubic.
No.
Pubes.
Nope.
Whore.
No.
Dick?
No.
Balls.
Scrotum.
Nope.
Oh, come on. You're getting too descriptive.
This is...
People are leaving.
I don't know. I'm just trying to say.
Twat.
No, I really love that. No.
Boobies.
Nope.
Nipples.
No.
Love Sister, hell yeah, this is my kind of stream.
Areola.
No.
Fuck. What?
No.
Dang it.
Julia, come on. I airdropped it to you. You know this.
Taint.
Crack.
No.
Get like butt crack.
No.
Labia.
No.
Vulva.
No.
Volvo.
Wait,
I drive a Volvo.
Oh, you know what it is? It rhymes. I'll let you take it. It rhymes with slit, probably.
No.
Clit?
No.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh.
Spit?
No.
Come.
No.
She's like sounding excited about all these like disgusting words. So I'm like, all right, maybe it's something else. Pussy.
Oh!
I never say pussy, so I don't know. Like that's not usually something I'm saying. I was going to say vagina.
You know what's crazy? I never say that word ever.
Yeah, like we both like never say
Like
pussy.
that's a word you would never hear out of my mouth because it seems strange.
I don't like saying it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm pretty sure you called me or Banthit the other day during golf.
I didn't call you pussy. There's no shot. Roll the tape.
Oh,
Okay,
you're right.
I gotta hide.
That is so funny.
All right.
Well, this stream is all muted.
Okay.
No. Oh my God, I've been trying to hide. Yeah, I got a minute.
Right? She called me one before, or maybe it was Pansy.
I've never called you a
Pansy?
pansy, which is so funny.
Carl, you call me that word all the time, pussy.
Well, you say it as a laugh because it's a like we've said it. There's clips of us saying it, so I thought.
Oh yeah, I don't say it though.
Right. Well, that was really good.
Well, it's good to see you, dude.
Thanks.
God, I just vacuumed up the confetti. I did that to myself.
Of course.
Oh, we're doing the hunting thing. That's right.
Yeah. I'll say it after a 6 snipe if it's 3 a.m. That's true. After like streaming 8 hours, I'll say something crazy.
Just say pussy after streaming 8 hours?
Yeah, if I hit a 6 snipe and the guy was like really annoying.
Yeah.
But only once.
Oh.
But like once every like 8 months. That's like a special treat.
A special treat's crazy.
Sorry,
That's okay.
it won't happen again. All right, here we
Guys, can you not hunt for 2 seconds?
go. Sure.
All right, there.
Remember that soundbite of Chris saying anyone think pussy's gay?
Aww.
That's where Chris Mo What Up came from. And there is context
really?
to it. Yeah. Whiskey, what the fuck?
Wait, Whiskey's in here?
Oh, nice.
Whiskey, get
Yeah,
a
he's just a
cat.
giant horse. He was just a huge horse.
It was like a stacked one.
It was stacked as hell.
True.
Yeah, Carla, when you said that on when we were playing Ark.
Yeah, I said floppy disk a lot too.
Floppy disk.
It's actually really good. Because it's not mean.
Oh, calling someone a floppy disk is funny.
Yeah.
Did you guys use
Calling
floppy
someone a
disks?
flop?
Or
I used
I remember
to.
those, yeah.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Floppy.
are they upstairs? Son of a mother.
Your mother, your father, the Holy Spirit, amen. Oop. Where are you guys?
We're hunters. What do you
I'm
mean, where
just-
are we?
I'm just running around.
No, you're not.
Oh! Okay. GG's.
Oh my god. That looks like it's bleeding.
Ooh.
Anyone else?
Really good. Oh! Ash. Wow, that's stunning.
Great.
Wow.
What's up, Rakooch? Oh, a double whistle over here? Okay, confident. I'm on my way.
I'm on my way. Stunning.
Of course, there's someone in here. I can smell him.
Stretch your right.
There's someone whistling their fucking whole ass up right over here. Help is on the way,
Racking up
dear.
points.
There's confetti everywhere.
Where the hell? Person's hacking.
Chris,
What?
I need help.
Same. They're whistling too much. It's making me upset.
There's a little bitch in here, and I can't see him. I think they're hacking.
A little bitch in here. Oh wait, this is
The
a really
hell?
good spot, Julia.
What's
You can
that?
see this. This is a good one. It's here. Don't worry. It's not weird.
Hmm.
Oh, I bet. Are they? Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Trust. Julia, you got
Chris,
this.
come in this room with me.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Oh, they're over here?
got
I'm a
this, you
little
got
freak,
this.
I think.
No, you're good.
Chris,
you're
you
good.
see him?
Oh, they were a clay pot.
What?
They were a clay pot upstairs. You didn't see it?
Hot.
No.
Yeah, it's really good. It's just the
Was it really good?
yeah. So once you
Were
notice
they in
it,
the pot?
no, they were pretending to be a pot. So they did the lying down thingy and paint.
They
on
were
yourself.
the pot.
Wait, wow. That must have been really good.
Yeah. Abby.
I want to see it.
Whistle one more time, I fucking swear to God.
I'll turn this car around.
Oh my God.
Is there another one in here? Oh, someone was back here.
Wow, Chimes, that was really good.
Son of a.
Oh, Ashley.
Son
Oh, you put a hole. You put a hole in there. Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
That's very good. Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus,
if I
Mary,
just climbed
and
up here all the
Joseph.
way, I would have seen it. That's wild.
Holy
That's really
dude,
good.
that was really hard. People are getting too good at this game.
Yo.
Oh, Astro, nice.
Nice. Oh. I gotta lock in.
Wait, dude, Homo Huddle, your head was popping out on the other side. That's why I saw you. Oops. All right, let's do a different map. And also, can someone stand on the thing so Julie and I can have a chance? Nah, come on.
All right, fine. We're all hunting.
We're all in this together.
I was thinking that too.
We're all in this together.
If you
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, what up, dude?
Hello.
What's up?
Whiskers, make some noise.
Not live, Carla.
Whiskers, make some noise in the shared chat.
We got a rare off-stream whiskey appearance, guys.
I'll go live right now.
No, you won't.
Yeah,
Whiskers.
you're right. I won't.
If you went live, I'm a monkey.
Detritus.
The world's your uncle.
The world's your
Wait,
uncle.
whiskey, can you
No way,
explain
Jose.
what you just said before? Because I vaguely remember it.
What are you talking about?
From what's it called?
Oh, Japan?
Yeah, Japan. Yeah.
Carla was, this was in Osaka. Carla was using the bidet, and she was talking about her experience. And she was like, had her hands over her hoo-ha. Remember that? We were live when we did it, when we...
Wait, what did you
Oh,
say?
Sure.
Well, you were describing your bidet experience, and then, well, I can't repeat it now because it's...
Oh, I know what you said, but why did you quote it recently?
Because Chris was talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, because Julia said the word pussy, and then she said, "Oh, I don't like saying that. It's weird."
Oh, true.
Also, excuse my language. Sorry.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Already just there's confetti everywhere.
Okay, good.
I liked how committed Julia was, though.
Yeah, she said every word under the sun there.
Yeah, there's a
I'm
lot of words I've
excited.
like never heard before. It was really fun.
Mm.
I love how she would say like tit and then look at my eyes and be like areola. I'm like, what? How are you getting
Yeah,
that?
you're
from that?
like warmer.
It's really special. Oh.
What?
Yes.
Carl, how do you have 200 thumbs up? Oh my gosh.
Just goaded. The sauce.
You are goated.
With the sauce.
With the sauce. Ooh.
Big stream tomorrow or what?
Massive.
Hell yeah. Are people quiet? They're just not talking.
We're just locked in.
We're locked in.
I'm locked out.
This is how you
I'm
get
trying to find a
200 likes,
spot.
guys. You lock in.
That is true.
I'm joking.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Modded peak lobby tomorrow, anyone?
Wait, Among Us 3D.
Oh, I want
Ooh.
to do Skeld. Isn't that supposed to be one of them?
Oh yeah, whatever happened to that being one?
We never did it.
I don't know if it's good.
You're talking about 3D still?
Do you want to try it right now? Test it out? Or you want to
Be
save it till
good.
tomorrow?
Oh wait, is there a map for this game?
Mm-hmm.
No, we have to try it out. Are you kidding? Oh my god,
Be good.
I'm shaking with excitement.
Shaking my brains.
Why isn't this working?
Carl, I need to
Oh,
join
it's
you on a
gigantic.
hotspot.
Oh, so that's why.
Okay. Wait, why can't I paint?
Bug.
My stream crashed for a second. Sick. Everyone
Like you got
rejoin.
frames?
Everyone come back. No, it's just sometimes Twitch is really cool.
Chris, have you considered going
Damn.
to kick.com?
Yes. Nah, I'm joking.
I was about to say.
Oh,
I mean, my eyes go wide.
okay.
Got scared for a second.
Sorry.
Got you. I get an email like once a quarter being like, hey, guys, I love
like,
your
how about
content.
now?
I'm like, no, you don't.
Bro, name 5
Name
things.
3 streams. Yeah.
Yeah, name 3 stims right now.
I actually couldn't.
That
Okay.
actually might work, chat. I'm not even fibbing.
What, going to kick?
Fib.
No.
Whoa!
You like it? Oh, Julia, what's yours?
I need to use the
Oh, that's fun.
was
Was
fun.
Was.
Wait, that's funny. Nice. Ooh, naughty.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Chris, yep. Whiskey,
thanks.
yep.
No.
Nice. Ooh, Ash, very good. Ashley's very good, dude. Holy shit. Emily, funny. Mocha, nice. Whiskey.
Woo!
Okay,
Okay, Chris.
Thanks, dude. Carla's smart.
Si,
Same brain.
Si.
Sissy. Yeah, Julia, dude, the cloning is so fun.
I know. Every time I am cooking on something, I forget to do it. I'll do it in the next game.
Everyone's so smart.
I feel like you almost have to design with it in mind sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Fuck.
Guys, by the
If
way,
there
I
wasn't
think
a whistle there, bro.
I think
I'd
I'm back
make it.
on my
Sometimes the
rectangular
whistle
arc.
blows.
I think that's what they're meant for.
I gotta
Well, that
update
was so
my
bad,
room
it was
decor,
so
but
bad.
I think I'm
No. Yo,
back
Bam.
on my rectangle arc.
Mm.
Rectarc.
Woo.
Carla, that's how you feel after a stream sometimes, is yours.
Real.
Ugh.
Times 3.
Yep.
Oh.
Listen.
Carl, no shot you're alive.
Yeah,
Might be
I'm
LG
alive.
LG for me. I'm probably gonna hop on Terra Lives after this.
I'm weirdly not down.
Okay,
for
break
that.
the fourth wall. No. He loves a fourth wall break.
Guys, I had a fun time tonight, and I really do appreciate you guys joining the stream together. I hope you guys enjoyed hanging, but I'm gonna have to play.
You
Terra
gotta say
Lives
joining
after
the
this.
live.
Guys, he's
What?
booting up DBD.
Joining the live.
DBD.
Yeah, because we usually have
Nah,
a
we could-
circle cam, but I was doing
Would
square.
you guys
Hey,
believe
Sammy.
me
This
if
week.
I said I played Overwatch today?
I would believe you, but you didn't.
Mhm.
Awesome. No, I did. Dude, I I have no idea what's going on. There's like 9 new heroes.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually too many.
No, I'm out of my depth. Yeah.
I've never played.
Julia never played, and I feel like she would love it.
I
Yeah.
don't know if I would.
No, you would for
do,
sure.
because the girls and the guys are sweet. You'd be like, that's a cool hero.
Yeah, but would I
I don't
enjoy
know,
the gameplay?
Did you ever play Halo?
Sometimes. I played COD a ton, but not Halo.
Mm-hmm.
Joy, you ever play a little game called Splatoon 2?
I never played Splatoon.
Really?
I mean,
I'm
I think I did
I'm
once, but I never like played it.
I have like, for some reason in my headcanon for you, you played Splatoon every day for a summer, like in 2021.
Wait, say that again?
Every in my headcanon for you, like in my lore that I made up in my head, you played Splatoon every day for a summer in 2021. So I'm shocked that you actually haven't.
No.
It's interesting.
No, I think you would boot up Nintendogs like every 5 years.
Nintendogs. Now we're talking.
Yeah, Abby, I think I might use both depending on the game because it's good to have less
Who's the last person
background
on?
when I'm playing a certain game.
Homo. Oh my gosh.
That's a tricky one.
My bully in high school.
Like, Chris, I'm like laughing at like your bully being like exasperated for some reason. Like,
Oh,
homo.
nice shot, dude. Like in gym class, like, okay.
Homo, how you doing?
Hey, I'm gonna give you a thumbs up.
Hey, Homo, you do the homework?
I'm not gonna copy it.
What's the time for me? Is it 2:30?
Yeah, you got 15 more.
Oh, it's 3:30. Oh, wow. Time after time. Oh, did you hear that?
Oh, your mic. Oh, yep.
What? I wonder why it's doing
You know,
that.
you know what happens every time you put your phone near it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Bit of a wretched noise, that.
That's what it is. Every time you're like, what's going on here? It's happens to me.
What's going
Feedback
on
in
over
it.
here? Oh, do we want to get skelled? Try skelled?
Yes. Bloody hell, yes.
Yeah, let me look.
I
let me
mean,
look it
yeah,
up.
whatever, guys. I'm easy.
I guess if you guys want. Meh.
I don't really mind what we do.
That would be amazing. Oh, there's a MECCHA museum. That's cool.
Sitting out them,
Museum? Like different than the art stuff?
testing it.
Yeah. Scald.
Night at the MECCHA Museum.
Oh, it's a 3 out of 5 review.
That's
We'll
okay.
try
We
it.
can try it.
Top comment is, fuck this. No, I'm just kidding.
It is. Look. Ready? La 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 la.
Wait, there's a Bob Ross map?
Is there?
Yeah.
Rob
It's called Bob
Boss.
Ross, The Joy of Painting. Oops.
Wait, let me check because it's only on the chord. Let me try to. Okay. Wait, and then
What? How the fuck does this work? Oh my god,
there's
you
a
literally
comment
just
on here that says
fall
6,
onto his
7.
paintings. Wait, that's interesting.
Interesting.
I
Science.
don't know how I feel about it.
Oh, have you played Where's Wally 2, Chris? You have that one? That one is wild.
That one's
I haven't
something
put that one
else.
Waiting on a few
where's
for
Waldo?
downloads for Scald here.
On me way.
Okay. Someone just wrote Carla, stop.
Sorry.
'Cause the sound is like atrocious.
Oh, is it really loud? I thought it was soft.
No, it's loud and jarring. But
Oh, I'm so sorry,
we
guys.
now know.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Did we do
Carla, to
Secret
be fair,
Garden
loud equals
yesterday?
funny.
I don't know. I think we did. That's the Minecraft one.
It doesn't look Minecrafty.
Time
Oh, the
after
MECCHA Museum's got
time.
dinosaurs.
Dude, that new French slop dinosaur game looks
Oh, the
actually
Discord
fun.
volume. True.
What
Is
is
it
it?
awful for you
Dinosaur
guys?
game? I
Or is
don't
it
know.
like
It's called like
fine? Like annoying, but not like.
what's it called? Like
ouch?
Be Safe Dino World or whatever, and it's like it looks like a sim game where like the Schedule
Oh,
One
okay.
looking ass
Just
characters
Discord.
go in.
Be safe,
Gotcha.
Dino World.
Yeah, and it's like you're running your
Did
own
you guys come
dinosaur theme
first?
park. But like
Oh, so it's like a
you
co-op.
have to
I
vibe.
saw
dispose
it
of like body
regardless,
parts
though.
and stuff
At
because like
least
the
we know what it
dinosaurs
is. That's
can
weird.
get out and like
That's
eat
only
people.
started
Looks
happening
fun.
since I got my new headset. Hello,
Watch the trailer.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, very safe Dino Park.
that's it. Yeah, looks cute.
This is gonna take me back. Oh my god.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh wow,
What the?
Oh, wow.
What the?
it's
Well,
gonna
like,
take you back. This is taking me back to nothing.
yeah, this is
Wait,
really
this-
big.
Wow, this reminds me of when I met Chroma.
Guys, don't kill me in electricity, okay? Whiskey.
Oh,
killing
I've
you.
never like even seen this in a.
I killed
Like
a few people
first
here in
person.
Medbay.
Buzzy,
my God.
quick.
Wait, this is where I actually
Hi,
met
Lexi.
Carla on Among Us, I think.
Like properly. I think Rust was our first thing, and then
Rust is wild.
I know, and then we were in comms, I think.
Chris
He said I was
famously
funny.
yelled. Chris famously yelled, "You just got rainbow roaded," before killing me in Among Us. Like one of the first times we played.
Is that true?
Oh,
What?
perfect.
Yeah. He was like, "You just got rainbow road," and then he stabbed me.
Tatoon's wife thought I was a piece of shit and really mean to him when I first played with him because I was blaming him on a kill that was mine because
Oh.
that was the name of the game and they're like, that guy's kind of going a little too hard, huh? It's like, sorry.
It's because you have a loud speaking voice, so it comes across. If you're not used to it, it comes across more like
it's loud?
intense.
I think it was more so because Chris would have like a scoreboard of how many wins he got on Among Us.
Yeah,
I did.
true.
I did have a scoreboard.
Yeah, he did.
It's very, very, very competitive. I like it. I respect it.
Hmm.
Not a lot of spots on this map. Am I weird?
Nah,
Yeah, it's kind of flat.
It's very flat. Looks like the greater Los Angeles area.
I know that joke.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Hell
Hell
yeah.
Let me go here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, what's up?
Well.
Big Walk is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah. So
Isn't Big
excited.
Walk like 16 players? Like it's wild.
When is it coming out?
Really?
August,
tomorrow?
unless I'm making things up. Oh, okay, maybe it's tomorrow.
I heard it again.
Sorry, I'm eating. Oh,
What the fuck?
Would your phone
have I
hear it?
done?
I just checked the time.
Is
See? It is your phone. That's so funny.
What?
Is there a way to like go onto one of your clones and edit it, or do you have to undo like 2 of them?
I think so.
You have to
'cause-
undo it. I
You have to
Yeah.
restart completely. That's the risk of it.
Oh, that blows. ASS.
August 4th.
I love how you said
August,
ASS, but you've said every other body part under the sun today.
What?
No, she didn't. Come on.
True. You're right. Okay, I think it's good. Ooh, August. Nice. Hi, Cammy. How was your sleep? Yeah, this wasn't ideal. Let's see what everyone else is doing. Oh, nice.
Hop on PUBG.
Okay, Chris.
Who?
Oh, Julia. Oh.
No, it's really bad.
Hi, Reels.
No, it's really
Ooh,
bad.
Carla, that's very clever.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Mocha and Emily, nice. That's funny.
Oh, is someone trying to help me out? Chimes, let's go.
Wait, that's funny. Nice.
Let's fucking go. Yes.
Oh my God.
Someone's here to help.
That's so funny.
Wait, that's so good.
Oh my god.
Wait, put a 3rd one on top or something. Because I have fucking little things
Whiskey,
sticking
that's
out.
awesome, actually.
You reckon?
You reckon?
Oh my god.
You reckon?
That's so funny.
Julia, that's frying me. You can't even reach the keyboard.
Oh.
Oh,
like a
what the
sleeping
fuck?
bag.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, MOA's character is very, very clever.
Yeah, right.
There's no
Yeah.
way, dude.
Right, dude.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Nah.
Hey.
I'm the king.
That's actually so funny. Okay, now do
From
a
the side, we
task.
look horrible.
Now do card swipe.
Oh, from the side, that's wild.
From the side, yeah, you look atrocious. Oh my god. Straight, I know it's like bang.
Yeah, a little bit.
Wait, dude, just run around. Who cares? Oh. Great.
Better-ish. Okay.
I can't believe that. I'm down to do this map once.
Is this the once?
Including this one, Chris, or the
Yeah.
Ouch.
Just kind of like, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of open spaces though. There's like no objects to like try to morph into.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
It'd be funny to do a round where we all
Hi,
paint ourselves
Kato.
as little Among Us guys and run around.
Oh, wait.
We have to hide and
The
seek.
hiders has to find the imposters.
Yeah, or something. I don't know.
I don't.
Nah, we couldn't do that.
We should be taunting, I think.
It would be cool. I don't know if everyone's down there. It's how do we make hunters, but maybe one day. Can I? What if I could turn auto mud off while I'm streaming?
No! John survived.
No
That's
way.
so funny.
No way.
Oh, I took a bullet for them. Oh, that's funny.
It kind of works though.
Yeah. That's those are colors.
That's how it works. Oh, come on. Oh, Ashley's is actually so good.
Oh wow, yeah.
Very nice use of the clone tool. Very, very good.
Wow.
Clever.
Wow. Nice.
I'll
Nice.
give them an Yan thumbs up.
Chris, nice.
Thanks.
Nice.
Very good. I'll give him a thumbs up as well. Two of them.
Nice.
All right. I think we are good.
Which one do you want to do after this?
Do we want to do one of the
Good night,
newer ones?
Ab. Thank you for hanging, and
good?
thank you for being around for the spawn.
Is the Bob Ross one fun?
It looks like it drops you on just a grid of his like paintings. Like it's just
Yeah.
like
Oh, it's a
It's not like you're in a-
one.
Yeah.
it's like a top down, which is kind of funky because
Oh.
like
It will make
how
you- Well, so if it's like the Wally one, it will drive you insane, but it's fun. You have
One more.
to. We should do double for this, or like infection, because it's top down, so everyone has to lie down, and then the hunters are looking from
Ah.
top down. So it's like
oh,
it's really groovy. But I mean, it's fun.
Oh.
Just
It's really groovy.
Just prepare for yourself. Prepare yourself to be like.
oh
what the
my
hell?
god, wait, but there's a bikini bottom one that looks pretty good.
Oh.
It's not
It's got
bad.
5
It's
stars.
quite big, so you'll need like infection.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wait, really? It's not just the 3 houses, or is it?
It
Mocha,
goes
there were
up to
2, yeah.
Krusty Krab.
Oh.
If this is the same one,
Is the chum bucket also there?
I'm pretty sure. Oh, sorry. There's Where's Waldo. The Where's Waldo map
Th-
is good.
Oh yeah, and then you can go into the Krusty Krab. That actually looks pretty cool.
This one right here that we're doing, Simpsons, is a perfect size, I think.
Oh, is this Simpsons? I love the Simpsons.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
That's a good one.
This guy with her phone, huh?
I checked the time. Why? Maybe I could try over here.
Carla, remember when you sold me a broken phone in New Jersey and skipped town?
She sold me a broken one in Japan.
Wait, you sold Chris a broken phone too?
Do not push this narrative.
Wait, I'm laughing at your face on the camera. You're like so shocked.
She was like, "What the fuck?"
Okay, Carl, I'm just saying it ran out of battery really quick until I updated to the next software iteration.
Okay, so
you're
that's
off the
not
hook.
my fault.
It's not your fault. I'm just causing shit.
Shan goes, "It's not broken, Chris. You're right."
Thank you, Shan. I love how Shan always stands up for me. It's so funny. She'll be like, Chris. I'm like, thanks, Shan.
She's like, "Stop." Chimes and Astro, let me know. And we'll
Broken
start.
phone in Skip Town, you know. Went back to Australia when I was meant to.
Left 2 days early because you were worried I was gonna find out.
Girl.
Girl.
Yeah, Julie is growing out her natural hair. How cool.
Is Astro here?
Wally's fun. I'll wait till you are in game.
Astro check.
Oh, okay.
Astro. Well,
I
hot.
wonder if this
stirred.
works. I think it's on the other side.
How to start.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Which
Good
one
luck,
are we
have
doing?
fun.
Which one map is this again?
Simpsons.
Oh, it looks
Okay.
like to be the other side.
And then we could do Zelda again. I just feel like it's a lot of moving parts.
Oh, Astro, gotcha. Okay. Is this
You've
basic?
been Zelda maxing lately.
It's Zelda Summer.
Zelda Summer.
It is basic, Carl. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Da-na-na-na. Julia, didn't you play trumpet in band?
No, my sister and my dad did though.
And so did I.
Oh, okay. I'm just like 0 for 2 on my Julia knowledge tonight, huh?
Yeah. Julia, did you live in Puerto Rico when you were 10?
Nope.
Oh, gotcha.
Julia, don't you have a pilot's license?
Yeah, man, I can fly planes. I play
That's awesome.
piano.
Piano's cool. I played piano before I played trumpet. It's the same scale, so it was a seamless transition.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
It's not sarcastic, sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, it's not. I sold you a broken phone. Skip Town.
Skip town is such a funny phrase. Skip town. It's like when you walk over a place on Monopoly, like skip town.
Yeah. Julia,
play
aren't you
Monopoly one
over
night for
level
like 12
50 in
hours.
hardcore WoW?
I believe that.
Yeah, I think.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Checks out. 1 for 1, guys. Cause I'm killing this thing.
You're reading chat.
No, I'm not.
Jeffy told you 100%. That's a Jeffy.
Jeffy. Wait, I have a goofy idea. It's a little too goofy.
Gotta give it to him. He does try. Yes. But pilot mentioned. I reckon this is cool. I've never done this before. Let's see if I can.
No. Julia, weren't you a production assistant for like season 3 of The Simpsons?
Yes. What? How did you know that?
I know things. I know a thing or two about a thing or two.
Wait. If memory serves me correct,
Here
Julia
we
was
go.
born. Julia.
The memory serves me correct fried me. I don't know why.
Abort.
Sorry, go on. No, keep going.
Julia was born in Australia, but moved to Washington when they were 5 to pursue art and photography.
moving to
Fuck
pursue
you.
at age 5 is so funny. Like independent of
Their
your
parents saw
Alright.
the talent.
All right, guys, I'm out. Take
Yes.
care.
Well, here's another thing. Now, I don't want to shock you, Whiskey, but Julia was actually the voice of Pikachu.
All right, Julia, let's hear it.
Oh, I can't hit the notes anymore.
You grew out of it.
I grew out of it.
She
It was-
moved to
I was
Washington.
peak when I was 5.
To
Yeah.
pursue art. But Julia did work in a cinema for 10 years.
Okay,
Real.
sure.
It was their favorite pastime.
Pastor.
Yeah, sure.
If memory serves me correct,
Wait,
they're
Julia, you didn't
allergic
like that
to
job?
peanut butter.
Nope.
That's Ethan.
Well, I think everyone's allergic to peanut butter.
No.
Okay.
Are they?
Like, it's
Hi,
very common.
Lynn.
Oh, guys, my spot is
Yeah, Laura.
ridiculous.
Wait, where is your spot? Oh,
It's
Chris,
actually-
nice. Oh, Julia. Okay.
Nah, it was better. I'm just.
Nice.
I don't know what I've created.
Whiskey.
Isn't it smart?
It's really good. Like, you
Chris, are you
can't even
panicking?
notice.
Yeah, I am.
It's okay. That's okay. Oh. Damn it. Every time I want to try the... Well, actually, no, that's not... I did try the double before. My Among Us.
Oh, Julia, that's clever.
They did pursue
Big
art
fan.
and photography at the age of 5. Emma, my God, how are you? Hello.
Inspiring stuff.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a really good Homer, Ash. Wow.
His pants are falling down a little bit, which is scaring me, but apart from that, it's really good.
His shirt is all torn up on the side. You see, just got in a fight.
Yeah.
That actually is kind of crazy. That looks like something.
Looks like.
Chris, did you die?
something.
Wait, I see.
No, I changed.
Oh, I can't. Okay. It's hard to fucking see him.
Oh my God, Ash.
Wow, Chris, okay.
Oh my God! No way.
Oh.
Oh, homie.
Oh my God. Oh
No
my God.
way.
I actually
Ooh,
can't
good.
believe I survived that.
Whiskey, yeah, fucking right. There's no shot, Bucko.
Dude, she was in here for like 20 seconds.
No way. That works. Oh my God. Okay,
Oh my
Julia.
Lord.
Am I still chilling?
I don't really the position. I don't. Okay.
Dude,
What are-
I don't.
Mm.
I just don't know about it, but it just kind of happened. It just came out of me.
Okay.
I don't.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
okay. Yeah.
I
sure.
just don't. I don't know why.
No.
Oh, very nice try.
Carl, you dead as well?
Yeah, I was a tea towel.
Tea towel?
A Tito.
What is that?
What's the thing you dry your plates with?
Air?
Towel.
Oh, okay.
Dishwasher.
The
Okay.
dishwasher dries them
Hands.
for you, Chris?
Oh wait. Oh yeah. No, you don't dry it. Oven.
You put. Wait, hold on. That's pottery.
Oh, is it a dish towel over there?
You know, I'll put
I
my
get-
wet dishes in an oven. Yep.
Carl, I think it would be dish towel, but also I just let them air dry. I think is that bad?
No.
Do you call
getting,
it
like,
a
a bunch of-
dustpan?
With
and
mold though,
broom?
it's probably not good.
A dustpan? Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what my mum calls it? I've grown up with.
Hit me.
It's crazy. Half brush and shovel.
A half brush and shovel?
That is wild.
What a mouthful, dude.
That sounds like a place I'd go for brunch.
Yeah. No, that's a bed and breakfast for sure.
Yeah, Carl, I got us reservations at the half brush and shovel. That sounds like where Frodo Baggins and the Hobbits go to hide out.
That's so funny.
That's where they get their potatoes and their beer.
That's so
where
funny.
they're gonna wait for Gandalf.
That's so funny.
That's a guild. That's a guild name in Warcraft.
Half brush.
With a half brush and shovel.
That's so awesome.
To be fair, some people know and some people don't. So even Aussies are like, wait, what do you want? It just depends.
What the damn shit?
Yeah, get it out.
Wait,
Ain't
Emily,
no
that's
damn way.
awesome.
An oi, bruv. It's a dustpan,
No
goobs.
way.
Dang it. How?
Road to 300, guys. I'm joking.
Let us have some.
All right.
Yeah, road to 56.
I don't even know. We're out to 20. What do I have?
I love your hair whiskey.
Road to 40. 28.
Thank you.
That's so funny.
That was very nice. Any map requests?
I have an idea for a custom map.
The other art
They make-
gallery is good too, by the way. Sorry, whiskey on.
I was gonna say they should make like downtown Chicago, but have it be without the bean, and then you combine all the players to make a huge bean in the middle.
That's a good idea.
I
And
actually
then the
know
waters
about,
around it is green too.
Chris, get art
Carla, you been to
museum. It's really
Chicago
good.
or
No.
Wait,
Two
was the
picks.
Waldo one not good, you said? Or was...
It's
I never played that one.
It's good. I would recommend doing double for Where's Wally 2, that map, because you'll see it's really like, it's really crazy. But it's a good time.
Which map is this?
Market. If you want to go square, it's probably smart.
Oh, shoot.
Markets. Oh,
Market.
it's
Can
too
you
late for all that.
subscribe to...
You?
Yes, but what was I going to tell Chris?
Oh, why? I was jumping around. I landed on the fucking hunter. Great. All right. Well, I'll be right back.
Wait, what do I want Chris to subscribe to? Forget.
Fall Guys map?
No. My brain. I gotta find this. This is gonna... Oh, yes. Art museum.
Wait, should I disguise as a half brush and shovel?
Yeah, I'll be the shovel. Shaq, remind Chris to download Art Museum. It's really good. Ooh, this is nice.
This is nice. Carl, what are you cooking over here? Interesting.
You like?
I don't hate it.
Want to join me?
Very interesting.
No, I'll just ruin it for you.
Oh, okay.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, Skeld was interesting. It wasn't by interesting I mean we
You mean
played
incredible?
Yes. We played once and went, you know what? That was fun. Until next week.
Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea.
There he is. Wow, Salad Boy's back.
Salad boy, all about that salad boy.
Chris,
I'm gonna wait
up?
till the last minute, I fear.
download Art Museum. It's really good.
I have it. It's too laggy with this many people.
No, not that one. It's another one.
No, I have that one.
The one with the statues?
Were there statues and stuff?
That doesn't lag for me. What?
How many do you play with normally?
14?
14.
Wow, this is great.
Salad Boy.
Mmm. There's fruit in here.
What kind of salad, Chris?
Chicken, oranges, strawberries,
Mm.
blueberries,
Mm.
lettuce.
Speak on that.
Oh shit.
Oh. Ooh, good. Ooh. They might fix it.
Oh.
Wait, Julia, that's awesome.
Shan, come have a bite.
Oh crap.
Wait, 3G, that's awesome.
There's some goat. You can't move. Okay. I'm gonna eat it all.
Wait, Homo, that's really good.
What about my whiskey? I'll wait.
Oh, Astro, that's awesome. Astro, you're hired.
All right, let's
Wait,
see.
sorry, Carla.
Oh,
Sorry, Carla, come
Julia,
here, come here, come
wow.
here. Carla, where are you at? Where are you at? Carla, that's the you need to finish it.
No, I don't. What do you mean? It's perfect.
Isn't there like a big thing right there?
Huh.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. That's awesome. That's
This is
awesome.
bad news.
I just saw the other side of it.
Oh, don't worry. I got an idea.
Wee.
Woo woo.
Oh, whoa.
Bro, if I could have, if you can just edit your clones in like
Yeah.
real time, that would be
It's
so
mad
nice. Because like
annoying.
I need to go back and change something, but that means I have to like destroy.
Redo the whole thing.
Yeah.
How do you delete a clone again?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, actually.
Q? E or Q? E?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Let's see.
Great.
Haven't found anyone. I'm cooked.
How do I delete my clone?
E. Doesn't work?
No.
X.
Oh,
Oh, X. It is X. Sorry.
This one's not working.
Are you in editing mode?
No.
Oh my god, Carla, you're running around. It's oh my god.
Bro, there's one right here.
Ooh.
Like that? Great. That I could have. I can't go back to that. Unless I can.
Woo.
Woo.
When you
Oh,
have
that's
clones,
really
do they
nice,
whistle
Astro.
too, or no?
Whistle, baby, let me know.
Like, is the whistle like stronger because there's more clones?
No. It's a good question though.
Thank you.
I think they're whistleless in Weaddle.
Weaddle. Oh my god. Vintage Homo.
Huh.
Ain't that the truth?
You can say that one again.
Oh.
Now my question is, where the fuck is everyone at? No worries though.
Oh,
Losing my mind over here.
It looks like you're wearing clothes. It looks so funny.
Are you running around?
It's like I'm bald.
What is that?
Oh my
Boom.
god.
Got me.
Recovery.
You little freak. What
Oh,
are you doing
Julia,
over
that's
there?
real nice.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Oh, one of my cats is in here. Oh, hey, buddy.
What's up, Worm?
Did you hear that?
I
I
did.
did hear that, yeah.
That was Worm.
Aw.
Worm, what's up, baby boy?
Oh my god, whiskey.
It just might work, Julia.
I'm out to lunch, man.
It just Work.
Warren, what's up, dude?
He's talking to you.
Yeah, he's cute. Let me see. Oh, whatever. Good job.
Chris,
Which way? Which way? Which way?
over here.
Oh.
What?
come walk around. Keep walking around.
Are you slanty?
To your
Are you
left.
slanted?
Straight ahead. Straight left. Go back. Yeah, straight to your left. Yeah.
What? Oh, yeah, right, man.
I'm a pop.
That's very good. Pot. Very good. Yeah, that map is actually so hard.
Yeah, it's tricky. His name is Worm. Yeah, Chris has got a cat named Worm.
Worm. I think the cat is just saying, hey, nice spot.
Which one are we trying next?
Oh, I want him to play. Can you put on the big art museum to test it? Because it's really fun. There's more
Is that the
to.
classic one, or is there a new one?
There's a bigger one. Can you test
Which
it?
one you want to do?
Oh.
The art museum?
Okay.
Thank you. Not the gallery. If pos.
Is that the one with the
Five-
dinosaurs?
5 gifted.
It has statues. I'm not sure about the dinosaurs.
Oh, did we
Our
do this
museum,
Chris,
right?
with the four
Yes.
statues in the corners?
Yeah.
Mickey!
And
It
everyone
was so good.
gave the statues
Everyone
a
went-
poop
Hey.
or a dick.
Oh yeah, I was shit from a butt. That's right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
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 Arr.
Hmm.
Arr.
Huh?
Arr.
Hmm.
Oh, it's relaxing time. I can't believe it's 4 already, but it makes sense. I did start later. But oh my god, today went so quick.
Is rectangle or smooth better for this?
I'm gonna try smooth.
Rectangle or smooth?
What else would you call it?
Shannon!
I couldn't move.
Fuck my butt.
What?
Chris, it's us again.
I'm a hunter? Oh, absolutely no shot.
Again?
Guys, come on, I'm bored already. I'm bored as fuck.
You're eating salad. You're chilling, bro.
Shannon!
Actually, Shan just tore the salad away from you, so
Send
maybe
me gifts
not.
on
Wait, look at
Pokemon.
Look at Shan's blue ass hair.
Oh
My whole
yeah.
face is blue.
Shannon, can you send me Pokemon gifts? Thank you.
Carla wants Pokemon gifts.
No, bitch. You have to open mine.
You know what, Shannon?
She's doing it right now.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Okay.
Shan doesn't open mine either. She has 300 friends.
I have 300 friends. I can only send them, and then I open them randomly. So there's a limit.
She hasn't opened mine. Uh-oh.
Okay, wait. Keep him. Wait. Let me see. Okay.
Ginger Girl and Ez.
Okay.
And Nemi. Shan, you're leaving them all in red.
Dude, I can't. There's a limit. I do it all the time. Then
How do I
delete
send a
everything
gift
I fucking
again?
get because it's like.
You click on their name and you click send gift. I can't believe I'm hunting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just did.
I'm eating all this.
Wait, I want some. Give me one more bite. You can go.
I'm sending Shannon a gift to prove a point.
Oh. You ate all the chicken.
Why not?
You left me all fruit. Cool.
And that's
Oops,
showbiz,
all
baby.
fruit.
Oops, sorry. Wrong side.
Yum. Strawberries.
Those are really
Where's my
good.
prote?
Pro.
Throat. So gross.
Pro is something.
Chris.
Where's my
Sup?
throat?
Wait. I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I think I understand. I think I understand. Good thing we have 5 minutes still.
Oh, wow.
Is it?
Oh.
Is it caps or no?
I don't remember. I think so. Mine's on my arm. I don't care though.
Thin 1 and thin 2.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that's me. I'm thin 1.
You're skinny.
And I'm thin 2.
I'm skinny as well. Mm. Oh, blue. Blue. You want rectangle or smooth on this one, guys?
I did smooth.
What the
I
hell
feel
is
like it
this color?
works better.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, are we supposed to have blue fucking hair?
Yeah.
Fucking ass.
Fuck, we only have 50 seconds still.
Shite from a butt.
That's what I've been saying.
Ew, your
my
hair's
gosh.
weird. I
What?
like it. I'm gonna do some of those like that as well. Oh my god, you're terrifying.
Okay, kettle.
Thank you.
That's okay. All right, lock in.
Oh. Oh. Yes, glitching. Oh.
Speed run.
Wait, I'm not in.
Sorry, Homo Huddle. You're not in
No, it's
yet?
glitch. This is glitch.
No, I'm in the loading thing still, like
it's
the
frozen.
lobby that we were.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Yep.
it's the,
Oh, no, I'm in.
there we go.
That was my concern with these big maps.
That's
with a lot of
okay,
assets.
guys. Look, we're doing it.
Oh, here we go. We're in.
I can't match this one.
Sniped.
Wait, maybe we're okay.
Oh, holy rubber band.
Whoa. Hey, motherfucker, get back here. Boom! Piece of the fucking statue broke off. Had to get him.
the color picker never works for me, bro.
Nice, Ashleen. That was really good.
Whoa, that was projectile.
Pro.
Wow. Chubby, that was pretty well done.
Nice, Chimes. Very good. Yeah, let's chill and watch the Doctor Who episode of Vincent Van Gogh after this.
True.
You ever see it?
No, is it good?
You've never seen it? Oh, dude.
I've never seen Doctor Who.
What? You guys would both adore it. Oh man,
Really?
it's
Isn't it-
so good.
Isn't there like a
Yeah.
million episodes?
Yeah, no, you don't need to watch. You just need to watch this episode. It's very, very.
I think the
lovely.
newer
okay.
seasons are supposed to be good, I think.
I don't know. I never watched the newest ones, but like the older ones, like from the
Ugh.
Ooh,
early
Carla, very
2000s.
pretty.
Thank you. Well.
Yeah, we watched it in disc, and we all cried
So
together.
pretty. Oh, it's like cry worthy?
This episode in particular, it's about Vincent Van Gogh, and like they go back in time to try to like convince him to not, you know.
Oh.
It's really cool.
I didn't even know he, you know.
Yeah, it's history. That's history
Wow.
for you.
I need to study some art history.
Eh.
school, right?
When did that come
Trying
out?
to
Is
get
it
a
like a
thumbnail.
newer? Are they
Bittersweet-
still making Doctor Who stuff?
Oh,
This is from like 2012, I think, probably.
Oh, that's
There's only 2 left.
Oh, that
Can someone
Fargo?
get some whistles, please?
blow that whistle, baby.
classic.
Okay.
Can we get some whistle spams, maybe?
Yeah, a few more.
Wait, Whiskey, where are you? I
Guys,
can't
I'll-
even. Oh my god, Whiskey. Whiskey, I thought you were
Yeah.
dead.
What?
Yeah, right, mate. Yeah.
I haven't checked the
Where's
bathrooms
this-
yet. Are they in the bathrooms?
Where's this fool at?
Oh my
Great.
god, Whiskey.
Wait, where are you?
Ooh.
I'm to the left, Chris.
Okay, go.
Whoa,
Very nice.
that was
Missed
really good.
Wow.
Your whole fucking body's in the wall, though. What
Oh
the
my
hell? Yeah,
God.
there's no world where I find that.
Oh,
No, come on, man,
yeah,
wait,
Bro's
okay.
whole body's in the wall. Only 10% of his ass is sticking out, dude. Yeah, right. That was
10%
really
of
good.
ass is all you
I
need.
give you a thumbs up. Bro hasn't hunted all night. Look at this. He has 0
What
kills.
the fuck?
I'm gonna hunt. In fact,
That's so.
let me hunt by myself.
What?
That's not possible.
No, it is. Get me in.
What map? Are we
get me
doing
in.
this map?
All right. Let's let Carla hunt by herself. Stand on the thing.
I want to feel things.
Hmm.
I'm nervous.
Sorry, I should have given you more than cheeks.
I feel like talking to you guys. Hello.
Same map?
Yes.
Taffa,
Yeah,
yeah.
because we didn't get to try it.
Okay, F1.
Wow,
Did you
Ferrari
make that
looks
noise
so
because we're
good.
running.
Yes. I did.
Okay, Lewis Hamilton. Nice
Thank you.
pole.
Thank you.
It's okay. Box.
Box.
Safety car. Guys, how are you? Sorry I got really quiet. This game makes me go quiet when I really relax into it. Tomorrow's gonna be fun. We do have PAL MECCHA.
Chris, you could be the other one.
9 p.m. Eastern, I think. So I'll go
I
live
don't know if
and
it's gonna work.
chill beforehand.
Do you see like what I'm trying to go for, sort of?
Yeah, I extended it, guys.
Sure, man.
Oh wait, I was muted that whole time like a weirdo. That's my bad.
It's okay.
No, it's not. What about that? Or no?
I mean, maybe.
Wait, Whiskey. No, no, dude,
What?
bro, it's blinking.
What are you talking about?
Me, nee, 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 nee.
Oh, wait, that's a good idea.
Whoa, Chris, you can't.
No, I'm gonna cook something really good.
I am hunting alone because I wanted to be a bit naughty. But I will regret it, I fear.
That's pretty bad.
Hi, Vam.
So stupid, dude.
Oh, my.
Forgot how to paint. I've been a hunter for the last 8 rounds. Oh, that's so cheap. I'm down.
I hope I can do well.
How much time we got?
I miss Anthony.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Anthony. Wait, what time is it for everybody?
11:16
11.
p.m.
Oh shoot.
3.
Okay, fellow West Coaster.
Yeah.
Julia, it's us against the world, bro.
It do be.
Man's in my chat and he goes, dang, no one else agrees?
I very much agree.
Oh, Anthony.
That's great. He's farming. He's
Oh.
being greedy.
I said Anthony.
Yeah, we all said we missed him. Is that
Yeah,
not
no,
enough?
he's being greedy. You're right.
Not greedy. That's crazy.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Nah, he's loving this.
Now he's kicking his feet in either in traffic or at in the
Wawa.
Wawa. They have Wawas
Could be-
up there?
Yeah, I famously stole Anthony's dad's company car by accident to go to Wawa.
That's so funny.
All right.
Okay, flex.
That's the job well done, I fear. Hopefully.
Oh, I'm cooked.
I gotta give my cat her.
Wait, who's in the lobby tomorrow? Are you guys all in it or not really?
Julia's joining
I'm
at
watching
10.
the game. Yeah,
Okay.
10 your time.
Whiskey just gave like a strange sound, like a no.
Whiskey, join. What?
Come on. What are you gonna do instead? Talk to your
Sleep.
chat. What? Sleep?
Please join. I need you, Whiskey.
No, I am.
Yay.
Yes. Yay. Yay, I'm down.
Woohoo!
Oh my god.
Wait, Hankster girl, what up, dude?
Stunning.
God
Yes,
damn
sir.
it.
Hipster girl.
Now that's a
Oh yeah,
classic.
you
pal right
cheesy
there.
motherfuckers.
Who?
Nobody.
If you're talking about me, I swear to Gwyn.
I would never.
Bro, you're talking about me for sure.
I would never.
Whiskey, she's talking about us, bro. Wait,
Where
are
are
you
they?
in this room? I can't even see you.
Me?
Hey, where are you?
I'm in the room.
No, you're literally you're
Yes,
oh
Tammy. If
wow,
I can play some
that's so
DVD, I
good.
will, so I can
Yeah, I
help
think
you.
I think I just did a stellar job.
This map is fucking broken.
Okay, this is busted. The
This
cover
is
picker doesn't work,
busted.
bro. I swear.
Y'all are pants. Jorts.
What the
Shane
hell?
took all my chicken. Left me with a salad of fucking fruit, like it's like a fruit cup. Ooh, yum, a blueberry.
Oh, Carla, you're hunting on your own?
Yeah, I wanted to feel something.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's
Okay.
Jover, bro.
Oh, you're not finding shit.
Okay, thanks.
Just
No, no,
really be looking at those paintings.
You're gonna be finding us.
Yeah, and definitely hand it. I gotta hand it to you, Carla. You're gonna do a good job today.
Dick. Fucking little dinger.
Because that was mean.
To be
Painting right behind you,
Look.
Carla. Literally right behind you. Just 180. Fucking shoot him in the neck.
Oh my god, wait, this is awesome.
What the fuck is she
Where-
talking about? She's lying.
I've never been in attendance for a Chris Julia fight. This is kind of sick.
Oh, you've never been? Oh, it's fun. Whoa! Carla, your outfit's wild.
Thank you.
Oh, dinger. Okay, okay, home run in Little League. Don't you look there because I said little dinger? What the hell?
Listen. Oh.
Yellow.
Guys, why are you giving everything away? It's so cruel. It's so cruel.
McDonald's.
Shut
What did I do?
Guys.
I didn't call him a dinger.
I just spilled my salad everywhere.
Deserved. Chris has been hunting all night that he can't help but give away the spots.
Sammy wrote, Whiskey caught a stray for literally no reason.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Oh man. Well, honestly, it doesn't matter because chameleons win, obviously.
Unless they find them all in the next 4 seconds. Carla, I'll sell them out right now.
Poop in a. Never mind.
Poop in a what?
Not you like panicking to say poop.
Oh.
Wait, Gecko Sky moved.
Wait, Ash, that's so
Wait,
good.
Emily, let's
What
have a
the hell?
look. Oh,
Everyone's are
wow.
incredible.
Oh, nice.
Emily, very nice. Wow. Papa
Whoa.
10 milli? No, dude. Tomorrow I will. Jeb,
What?
nice.
Wow.
No, Shop, you're putting 10 milligrams in your mouth tomorrow.
No, I'll do 5 or 2.5.
When's
Whose
the last
poop
time you
is
did?
this?
When's the last time you did 10?
I'll do
I don't
20.
if I do 10, I'm going to bed feeling weird. I'm feeling like upset.
Yeah, no, same. Me too.
I'm going to bed like uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm gonna be spinning in my head and overthinking when I shouldn't
Yeah.
be,
True.
and lose like a good hour of potential sleep because of it.
Sometimes I'll like repeat myself because the first time I didn't think I said it out loud and I did.
Oh.
You ever
Oh,
do
that's
that?
too much for me, I think.
Yeah, no, that's why I kind of have to chill.
I'll
Really?
take 20 tomorrow and see who taps out first.
I think I will dial 911.
No, I would,
If I did that.
I would melt.
I'm not annoying, Shan. What? She says I'm annoying when I'm high. That's crazy. Which should we do sewer?
Mm.
So,
Sammy said 10 and I'm in the couch.
I
Oh, yeah,
am the
no.
couch at 10.
I am.
No,
the
literally,
couch.
we're just sitting on you and you're like, I'm a couch.
I fell asleep on. I think we all fell asleep together on the
I'm
couch.
hunting again.
Nobody hunting again.
I'm gonna shove it up my.
Couch.
But I'm with Triple G, so it's all good. Triple G, what do you want to be?
For me, 10. Honestly, for me, my
Shark and donkey
tolerance,
thoughts?
10 is.
You know what's you know what's funny actually?
But
10
I'm
is
bad
like
with
nothing
it.
for some people. Some people in chat
Yeah.
like do 50s like all day.
No,
and they're like
like-
whatever.
10 for me is the whole world on my shoulders. It's my tolerance
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Mhm.
But in saying that, I can have half a drink and feel fun, you know. So, just
Of course.
the weakest link.
You had a 25 drink for your second time ever? Oh my god. No thanks.
But they changed this map kind of, no?
Yeah.
Whee!
The map changes. Like every map has different like things that spawn now, so it's fresh every
Inspo.
run for you.
Ah, sure.
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 You did 100 earlier? What? Cassandra, I didn't know you were chill like that.
I feel like 100 would make me change my name legally.
Yeah, no. 100 would you'd be like you would have just like a crazy new accent and it would stay.
Yeah, I would sound like a New Yorkan.
New Yorkin.
New Yorkie. Forget about it or something.
I forget about.
Gabagool.
Gabagool. Gabagool.
Ooh, speak on that.
Sorry.
No.
That's my bad.
Oh, I'm buried.
I know when it works. Whiskey, do you partake or do you not really talk about that kind of stuff?
In what?
In,
Drugs?
in like getting high?
Marijuana.
Yeah, I mean, I've been too lazy to go to the dispensary to get more.
That checks out. Like
Oh,
that's
Like, I don't-
okay.
I
real.
don't care
what
that
someone who
much.
does weed would do, I think.
No, I just don't care that much. I have
Fair
my
also.
pen, but it also makes me like really dry. Like makes my eyes mad dry and my mouth
Yes.
mad dry. And then I wake up
Mhm.
the next morning feeling like dirt,
Dookie.
That's fair.
groggy and gross.
Grog.
Grog.
But it's fun like socially, I feel like.
Yeah.
I
I would
feel like
100% agree with that.
I don't know.
No, speak on that.
I don't know. I feel like.
Hell yeah.
I feel like you know
Mhm.
you like I'm gonna be raiding the fridge.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
And like that's
yeah.
my vibe, and
Mhm.
I don't care to do anything else except raid the fridge and maybe play some video games.
True.
I'm glitched into the wall. Is there any way to reset your character?
Grog.
Oh, we got a big problem.
Oh, this is not good.
I'm just cooked, dude. I'm like stuck in the wall. I can't move.
I think you can reset yourself a little bit.
Okay, I'm leaving.
I can't do anything. Oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. Okay, so Joey, I'm gonna be flashing because I'm glitched into the wall, so just don't shoot me. That's ridiculous.
The worst thing is when you're high and you're in like an ingredient household. So it's like, oh yeah, crackers and croutons.
Sauce.
Sauce.
Salad dressing. Vinaigrette.
Oh.
Oh my god, I got out. But now there's no time.
Oh, a block of cheese. Yum.
Block of cheese.
The block of cheese would go actually.
What the hell? Triple G! Wait, Triple G, come here. I didn't get to see your. Oh my god.
Oh no.
What?
Noah.
Bro, slanging, dude.
That's really
That
nice.
wouldn't be
That's
fun.
really good. Wow. Not exactly what I was expecting.
Oh, nice. Stunning. Oh my god. Ash. That's so funny. I want to see this play out.
Fuck.
Oh, Chris, you were the first one found.
Yeah, I was in spawn.
Oh.
Oh, that's a really good donkey. Oh, it's not the Minecraft version though.
There's a Minecraft? Oh, wait, what? Can you Minecraft
Yeah, ask
version
Carla,
your
ask
hunter?
Carla about it.
What?
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, Joey, there's
Did you make a
famous,
donkey?
there's a famous Minecraft skin
Wait, all rats would be good.
that has
True.
features a donkey, and he's not wearing pants, so to speak.
Wow, that was actually really good, Homo. Not calling you that, Whiskey. I'm talking about the.
No, Joey, you can't. We still got like 30 minutes left in the month. No, let it fly.
Wait,
Let it
you're
fly,
right.
Julia.
Guys, I've extended Pride Month. It's July 1st here. I've extended it.
Yes!
Nice.
Another month.
Are you a little sewer rat? Oh my god.
That's
Who
so
is
cute and
this?
funny.
Oh,
You
Ashley, that's cute. That's so funny.
That was really nice.
That is funny.
Oh, Emily, that's lovely. Wow, that's so good.
Lovely.
That's lovely. Wait, Carlin, where the hell are you?
Am I still alive? Oh yeah, I panicked.
Oh.
Nice.
It's
Hi,
not
Debbie?
ideal.
Yeah. What up, Fleb?
That's bloody
Oh, it's disability
Lol,
pride
Wait,
Fleb.
Whiskey, that works.
for the whole
You reckon?
Yeah, that works a lot.
You reckon?
whole
You
month of
reckon?
July. Wait, if you end up getting a shot right, do you get a bullet?
Yes.
You get your bullets
Okay.
back. I think there's like 5 bullets total.
Oh, there's limited bullets?
It should
Oh,
show you
who's that?
the ammo on the bottom.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
What? Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm envy of this because I wish I did it.
I know, it's so funny. They've picked up Keen as well, Goobs.
Okay, we have 4 left.
It's funny when they say it now. You reckon? They say Keen and reckon now.
Whistles.
Yeah, I love it though. It's cute though. It's cute. They can't say Arvo. They say Arvo. But they like Keen and reckon.
You mother. Is this this a cheese spot?
Mimi go.
Someone has a
Oh.
cheesy spot, yeah.
It is.
It is! You're calling PETA who Malark? Nah, come on.
Malark.
Wait, whiskey. Spam whistle. Yeah. Nice!
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, that's really nice. Pipes.
Pipes.
Nice pipes.
Nice
Wait, this
pipes.
game is way easier when you're not streaming.
Wait, how's
I have
up?
like I have 3 good spots in a row. Like I'm actually drawing instead of just like dicking around.
Bro, you could draw. Your chat would love to watch you draw.
I know, but I just get distracted. I run out of time. Oh, granted, I'm not.
Oh.
A lot of these spots
Sure.
aren't. You don't need to draw, but I just can't even find a spot usually. I'm just like running around until 10 seconds left, and then I panic.
How many more
True.
games do you guys think you have left in you?
Like 12.
Like, what do you think, Chris? I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe
Julia.
one,
Message
maybe-
received.
Okay, I guess.
Well,
last
we
one.
are playing
I can
tomorrow
do 2.
as well.
We
We're
are playing
doing it
tomorrow.
all night tomorrow. Yeah, that's true.
True. I probably do you want to have like a solid double of like something.
Yeah, what if
for
I
LG?
don't join tomorrow?
You are joining because it's gonna be fun.
What if I don't?
But you will. You can join at 10 p.m. Eastern with Julia.
If you know, then
if
your
need
whole
extra
chat's gonna be like,
time.
"Why aren't you playing? Everyone's playing this and this."
Join at 10 p.m. Eastern if you need an extra hour. Whiskey.
Yeah, why not? I did doubles, by the way.
Yay.
Oh.
Guys, sorry for my yawns. I slept weird last night.
Yippee!
It was only my LG, I think, because Mimi's not here and she
If
needs.
you don't join, I'm actually
drugs.
canceling my Prime sub.
Share chat, I dare
Oh,
you.
Triple G, your outfit was.
Ooh,
You
that would
Prime
be
sub to me,
fun.
Chris?
I think so.
I don't think you are.
What?
I'd love it though if you had it.
I'll hit you with it.
Prime.
Sorry about me yawns.
Wise men say-
She's been
Who's washing?
She's been very
I think that
cuddly.
song was on my Stardew Valley Shane playlist.
Oh, there she
No
is.
She has a
Shane.
playlist.
Oh, welcome back.
Shane is the
Bless you.
he's the guy.
Wonder if she ate something just then. She's been cuddly, but not
Whoa, that was good.
not eating a lot. I'm waiting for the vet to call me back.
Where are we hiding? Oh, it's doubles.
Yep.
No wonder.
Can I hide? Yeah.
What's in a wonder ball?
Sweet memes.
Oh, there's like new stuff.
I want to see if this will work. Chicken?
Sure.
Oh. She licked her toe. I haven't seen her lick her toe in ages.
Sure.
Hi, Annie. Oh, she just groomed a little bit.
What's up, babe? What's up, babe? I don't want that in my head, man.
Flow Rider actually has so many bops. It's crazy.
Rio, I was
What's
just saying this
right
for a
on-
while. It's actually just saying this not too long ago.
Well, I mean, Julia did write 5 of his songs back in the day when she moved to Seattle.
No shot.
I
bro.
know.
The amount of people who say I look like him is crazy.
Like Flowrider?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Chris, don't you mean Jelly Roll?
No, Flo Rida. Jelly Roll's crazy. I'm gonna ban you. You're done. You're
It's
done.
your beautiful smile, Chris.
Bro cheats on
No,
his
so-
wife and
no,
sucks.
Chris,
also.
Chris, I'm always. That,
Oh.
And his name is Jelly Roll, bro. I'd rather be compared to literally any other person.
Someone else said that. I'm just referencing it.
Yeah, some weirdo in Ban's DMs.
Wait, someone DM'd Banth to say Chris looks
I
like
think
Jelly
so,
Roll?
yeah.
That's so funny.
Or he like sent it to me. I was like, bro, I don't want to know this.
Oh.
I don't know why that's frying me so bad. Hey, Vance, big longtime fan of the channel. Just what do you know? Your friend Chris.
Your friend looks like Jelly Roll.
Is it bad?
Sick.
I mean, actually, maybe it's good. I don't know who that is.
Joy, can I keep it a buck? I also don't know who it is outside of his like name.
You know what sucks? Everything I know about him has been against my will. Like, I don't want to know who this person is. I don't know who this. Like, I don't get it.
Real.
Shite from a butt.
Gun to my head, couldn't tell you one of his songs.
Don't you know Puerto Rico? It goes like this. Puerto Rico is where I wanna go for lunch. I'm Jelly Roll. That's just a hunch. I cheat on my wife. And I got veneers in my mouth. But I'm Jelly Roll. You don't know?
I didn't finish.
That's crazy.
that sucks.
Oh, thanks.
I forgot it was like double.
Yeah.
Song of the summer.
Chris saying that sucks is so funny.
Wait, why?
I don't know.
That
It's
sucks.
really funny. Do you want to tell the guys what you DM'd me earlier?
No.
Okay.
Carla, we get.
He said, wait, what did you say? He messaged me and said, "You ready, fuckface?"
Why?
End
It's like a
quote.
threat?
Yeah.
It's kind of messed up, Chris.
I didn't say that.
I have DMs.
They don't.
I haven't found a
Real.
single. Oh,
Megan,
penis.
real.
Oh,
the
three
hell?
different.
Happy
three different
Pride.
penises.
Happy Pride, everyone.
3 peneyes? Where?
Oh my god, that was actually really clever.
Where are the penis?
Wait, 3 penises.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fungus. I needed that.
Sounds like an
What? There's sound
A24
effects in this
movie.
game?
What do you
There's
mean?
what?
If you jump
heard
on the
water
meat, it
sounds.
glorps.
Oh,
Ew,
wait.
that's
Was this
mean.
planned, or did
away,
each
child.
person do their own fucking color and their own...
Demented Stanny just
Planned.
subscribed.
There's 3 separate fucking horse dicks here, all proudly with same fucking shape.
Where?
There's no way.
Where are the horse sticks?
There's no way. Was this planned? 1.
Where are the cockadoodle doos?
Oh, it was. Oh man,
I'm
it was.
Danny.
It was just cloned. It was clone dicks.
It was a Clarn situation.
Fuck. Well, I just kind of gave away a spot. Great.
Cloned
I thought
dicks,
3
got it.
separate people all were like, dude, we're all just gonna do this.
Thank you for the gifted
Corn.
subby. How are you, Joel? Thank
Oh.
you.
Do you have finite ammo, or does it refresh over time?
You do if you that's what if you keep shooting willy nilly, you lose all your shots.
I love that you said
Why did I
finite.
shoot Willy? As
Do you,
opposed to
how
what?
about willy nilly? Do you like that as well, or just find it?
What about slippery dip?
What about it?
know
Man?
what
What?
that
Slippery
is.
what?
Slippery dip?
What about half shovel and scraper? What is it called?
I have shovel and a fucking 1 too.
What is it
Half
called? What's
brush
it
and
called?
shovel.
Half brush and shovel.
I found the triple dick.
Yeah.
yeah.
Dick.
Triple
Quadruple dick. Dicking spree.
Willy and
Over dick.
Nilly. Monster. Caw.
Wait, was that a manual echo? That was really
Shotgun
Thank you.
spree. No, that was actually really. That was really
I
nice.
really appreciate you appreciating my manual echo. Put a lot of work into that.
Echoing.
Acorn.
Is there anything else going on here? Where the fuck is everyone else at?
good. I have seen one person, by the way. I might be the worst hunter to ever do it.
Yeah, I don't really... I feel like this game's getting harder. Am I? You feel
No,
me?
your eyes are just getting hurt.
Thank you.
I think it's just late.
True, it's
Yeah.
so
Or
late
early.
here.
True, it's so late.
I have no
So
excuse. It's
right.
4:30.
Must be nice.
Thank you.
Alright, what's
Has
wrong?
anyone found me?
Nope.
Were you one of the... Oh, never mind.
I feel like I haven't even seen the whole
Ooh,
map.
Chimes is clever.
Guys, where are you?
I'm like stuck in a room.
Whiskey nice.
Ew, ew, ew.
I found Homo
Hi,
Huddle.
Abby.
Fucking don't like that
I'll probably
sound.
skedaddle soon because I got to give Mimi
What
meds
sound?
and that takes a hot
Fucking,
minute.
fucking sloppy meat sound.
But tomorrow will be decent. I'm very excited. We have PAL games. tomorrow.
Whiskey nice.
There has to be someone up here.
So probably, yeah, just under 6 hours for me today, I think.
I'm screwed. I'm screwed. I'm screwed.
Genuinely.
Oh, Chris is
found
gonna
nobody.
win.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I won because I found whiskey. Let's go. Whiskey, I'll give you thumbs up for that.
Wait, Brett, I'm down.
You guys see mine? Mine was pretty good,
Oh,
actually.
Emily was right next to mine. Shit,
I
I,
like
should have gone up
Emmy.
closer.
Oh, like 4 people were meat, dude.
Yeah, I
What
didn't
on
mean
earth?
to start so late. I just
Ooh,
had that
Carla, not
sponsor.
bad. Thank you.
Carla, I don't
Put
hate
your
you.
ass away,
Whiskey, how
child.
come your 2023 comp thumbnail is my
Georgie
face for your full year of
_GG16
streaming?
just
I'm
Ooh,
willing to
subscribed.
answer that question.
Hi
if
Carl's
it-
Hella,
if you're
I missed
asking it
most of today,
organically
but
and if
I'm
it
just
wasn't
popping
posted
in.
by Bam.
Hello.
Okay, that's fair. Hey,
So ask
Sam.
me again next week.
How are you?
Where's your
like mine?
body? I don't see it.
I'm a little box.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn it. I can't
I
get
don't,
to it
I
in
don't even
time.
see you.
You guys want to do one more, or was that it? What do you think?
I can do one more.
I mean, I'm here for the next, like, what, 20 hours?
I'll
Are
do an
you?
LG and then I give Mimi her meds.
Yeah, it's LG. I'm down.
I'll do an OG and then I'm hopping on Overwatch Quick Play Open Queue.
Really?
Oh.
Are we friends
There's
on Overwatch,
no
Whiskey?
world.
Nope.
Oh, invite me. I mean, join me. I mean, add me.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
So many things at once.
Send you my card.
Card.
Georgie, it was so good. Oh my god. Game's been fun. The sponsor was really good. I'm very grateful. How was your day? Is it
doubles?
raining
I'm more,
where you
oh,
were?
like
It is
checking
doubles.
afterwards?
Oh.
Oh, this is a double. Okay.
Hmm.
Alright, I'm going whimsical, guys. Because why not? You gonna be a cow? Okay. The red first.
I have the blueprint. I just don't know where to put it.
Hmm.
Let's play Sea of Thieves tomorrow.
Let's play Thieves
What
of
about
the
that
Sea.
game?
Boot up the forest.
Let's play
Bro, I'm not booting up the forest.
modded Phasmo tomorrow. Let's play Escape from Tarkov tomorrow.
No shot.
Yes, shot, bro.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Is
This
FNAF
works
a
right
good
here.
game? I don't know if FNAF's a good game or not.
I don't know if it is.
I think it's just
Alright,
like
let's do
popular.
this.
I think this is popular.
No, I
Overcooked 2.
I never played it. I don't know.
One of the best games ever.
Overcooked 2?
Mm-hmm.
It is really fun. Julia, you know what's a better game than Overcooked though?
What?
Cook Serve Delicious.
That
no,
is a
what's the
great
other one?
game.
What's the one that you voice acted in?
Oh, Chef Squad.
Chef Squad. Sorry. I fumbled.
Wait, throwback.
No.
Chef
Julia, I
Squad.
played that for like a whole stream one time, just like hyper locked
Oh,
in.
you
It was
can
awesome.
just lock in. You do lose your voice though.
No, I was like barking orders. But you were there with the voice lines in game. You had my back.
Thanks.
I'm going way too hard on this to be killed instantly.
Would you guys believe me if I said that I've just been running around in circles unpainted for 100 seconds?
That's me.
I hate what I've become.
What?
Okay, Johnny Cash.
Did I see a doggo?
I did.
You bark, bark.
Doggo. Woofer.
A woofer.
We should spend the whole stream tomorrow just saying millennialisms.
Such
Papa.
as?
Such as Neon Cat.
That's so bacon. Oh wait, we're doing doubles. Fuck. You can't run around after. Oh, I'm screwed.
Oh, what the mother? Oh.
Oh, this is so
my
bad.
gosh,
I
okay.
spent too much time on this.
No, he didn't spend
I
enough
spent.
time. Oh my gosh. I covered my character wrong.
I just did a silly one. I don't even care.
All right.
But I kind of gave up.
Yeah, I gave up.
Oh, burrito, the looping.
Okay.
Bro, not being live is kind of awesome.
Dude, no, it's actually sick. Like being a chatter sometimes goes crazy.
Mm.
No, it's really cool. Like I wonder if it'd be really
Julie
fun to
hates
like retire and just be like a
Ooh, like
chatter.
just give up.
Yeah, but then also like somehow still get paid.
Dude, some people try that. Just be like, what's up?
Like a paid chatter.
Yeah.
Be awesome. It's like so much less stressful. Like I'm just slouching in my chair, like mad ugly, you know?
Bro, you could like have your shirt off.
Carla,
like, just be
Carla,
in
Carla,
boxers,
Carla,
just
Carla,
vibing hard.
chameleon. You come and go.
You're gonna be ugly next time.
You come and go. How are you, doll? Hello.
Pay me to chat and I'll quit my job.
Come and go.
I'm slouching my gamer chair, chatting rocks.
I'm good, doll.
Yeah, I think once I'm like
I'm hungry.
very ugly, I'm gonna become a VTuber. Or just no camera.
No, you're not, Chris.
The way
have
you
to.
said once
Chris, you're
I'm
not
very
ugly.
ugly.
You're not.
No, very ugly.
But you're not gonna get very ugly. You have great genes.
Could.
You're not gonna be very ugly.
No, you know what I
Very
mean.
ugly.
Like when it's time, you know?
Girl.
It's never
No.
time.
Mimi's
when
still
it's
really sick,
time.
though, but
When it's
Time for
like
she's on
what?
my lap.
when you go, oh man, that guy's still streaming?
I'm gonna give meds soon.
Chris,
What?
I think like the
Eric,
old
really?
streamers are endearing though.
You're right.
I am Pixel. I'm gonna end soon,
Like those
though,
grandmas
but we're
that play
playing more
Skyrim, like, that's
tomorrow.
awesome.
Shock horror.
yeah, like wow, grandma.
But that's
Thanks,
different. Like that's
honey.
like
I
they
appreciate
started like that's their thing. Like it's like, hey,
Just
look at me.
just rebrand, change your
Tomorrow
username,
will
just, like,
be
come
a
back
longer
old. Take
stream.
like a
Chris,
5-year
you're the
break.
grandpa.
Because I'll
that's
start
like,
at my
you know.
normal time, so it won't be
Yeah,
as
Like
True.
go by like Burger Gramps or something.
won't be as late.
Grandpa Burger.
I gotta sneeze.
I haven't seen a single person, dude. I'm losing it.
Ugh. Do you ever just sneeze
Nice,
and your
Carla.
back cracks? Thank you.
Carla, where you at? Keep it a buck.
Keep it a buck.
Keep it a buck.
I gotta keep.
Keep,
Oh,
keep,
sneezing.
get a buck. Get a buck. Get a buck here.
I feel like it's
Mhm.
getting harder.
Pizza.
Pizza
I feel like pizza.
from the Plaza Hotel.
Carl, the last 3 rounds, you've been just saying
What the
the same thing.
Sorry.
Look, it's getting harder. No, it's just funny. It's like,
Sorry.
I think it is.
No,
Like,
it
I can't
is.
see
Everyone's
shit.
so good. I can't find anyone.
Julia, what the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
We are
I don't wanna
meckering with
discuss it.
friends, but
That's fair.
I'll probably fort cap with
Does
Chris,
anyone
and
those
then I
ones where you're
might
like,
start
"Eh,
with
that might
Deebs
work,"
as
I think?
well.
That was. I need to go to bed. Is what that was.
Yeah, same.
I can't find anyone. I
Go to
feel
bed.
like I'm a new guy.
Do you guys eat dinner after stream?
No, I eat it during.
It
What?
depends.
That's so healthy.
Unhealthy or healthy?
That's healthy.
that's
That's very
cute.
healthy. Like that's awesome.
Oh.
Like you every stream, Julia, you do it.
Yeah. I find a spot and whatever I'm doing, and pause and go get it. Yeah.
That's really awesome. I
Hey.
gotta take a page out of your book.
Sleepy.
So you have to like
Hey.
make food before it then to have something to eat.
Yeah, I'll just heat up food basically.
Okay.
Wait, Julie,
okay.
do you go to bed earlier these days?
I mean, not
She's
early.
gonna be
early,
knocked
like
in
maybe
30
like
minutes, bro.
1 a.m. Between 12 and 1 a.m.
Oh.
I
That's
wake up
pretty
at like
stellar.
9 a.m.
Am I a sock?
pretty
I felt
stellar.
like you went to bed at like 4 a.m. some days back in the day.
Oh, ages
Just-
ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've fixed your sketch.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
It's kind of awesome.
Yippee!
Oh,
I
the
sneezed
cat was
once,
so
and
cute.
only once in 1996.
That's so cute. Oh wait, Carla.
Do you like my gnome?
Solid. I don't even know if I. You know, you get so tired, you just can't even like pay attention in the game.
No, honestly, true.
I'm missing things. Oh baby. That cow was so cute.
Dude,
That was my favorite one.
GG's.
GG's.
Some late
was fun.
night. Some late night MECCHA.
I'm excited for tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys. Whiskey, Julia, Carla.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for games.
See you
Guys.
tomorrow.
I'll
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Dude, come on, just do it. It'll be fun.
Good night.
Bye.
Later.
See you guys later.
Chris,
I'm out.
do you want to wait? Hold. Do you want to do a fort cap tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Hey, Mia. All right, see ya.
All right. Bye.
All right, later.
Bye.
Fort cap. Later.
Oh, hopefully Julie didn't see that. Thank you for games. Mimi, you gonna say goodbye? Did you groom yourself? Okay. Well, guys, thank you so much for today. Cheeky little, basically 6-hour stream. The sponsor was really good. I cannot thank you enough for really locking in for me and being so sweet. It was so much fun. And of course, your understanding and support with Mimi and everything. I'm gonna try and give her meds, try and get her to eat. It's interesting that she did lick a part of her foot. I haven't seen her do that, so that's interesting. But anyway, I appreciate you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. I'll be starting earlier than I did today, and we have a power lobby, and it'll be really fun. I can't wait. Thank you guys. Super fun day today. Tomorrow will be super fun too. I'm very excited. Have a beautiful night, guys. I appreciate you. Ta-ta and farewell. Me and y'all.
You say you haven't got the kind of time to take a beach day, 'cause you're too busy